Well, howdy there. Just doing weekly reset stuff. I already burned all my Kuva. I, in fact, have 0 Kuva already.
The fastest way to locate Pazul's Archons is to upload me to Narmer's systems. I shall be strong when he was not. Terminal spotted. Upload me and prepare to defend. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
Too scared to fall in the trap until I'm out. Yeah. Although the thing there's a lot of stuff I'm testing right now. Like I'm trying to roll a very, very particular Riven for Nikana, and I don't want to spoil it too much, but the simple idea is you can have a 1 Riven solution for a couple of mod slots in Dex Nikana because of the disposition now. Or at least it's a lot easier to get it with the disposition. Since they just buffed Dex Nikana with the last recent Prime that came out. So there's a particular thing you can do, because you can roll a +2/-1 with initial combo, put it simply. So I almost rolled what I was looking for today, but it was, instead of getting 30 initial combo, I only got 28, and so it wouldn't work. But yeah, you can roll a +2/-1 with basically replacing that and probably prime pressure point if you're able to get melee damage on it. Like melee damage or crit chance, and then that frees up another mod slot in the build, because it's very tight. Dex Nikana, to be able to really run it maxed out, it's very tight, but it's very worth it. Rivens are kind of, I don't know, if you wanted an easy Riven for it, you could do like a +2/-1 for damage and then swap out your prime pressure point for it. The idea is that you're able to get max combo, but then instead of sort of, I would say, wasting a mod slot on Corrupt Charge, you can replace it with a Riven. Because like Corrupt Charge really isn't that high of a value. That's kind of the unfortunate thing. So you need it in order to get to max combo, but it's not a very high value mod. So then if you can replace it, because of the disposition, you can replace it and yeah, be able to get something on top of that that's useful. So I did roll one that was like so barely off, but you can get a +2/-1 Dex Nikana Riven with like 200 melee damage on it. So you can effectively replace Corrupt Charge and Prime Pressure Point on the build. What you do with that other slot, I guess you probably just add like toxin damage. But I've even thought, well, if instead of replacing IC, you replace Prime Pressure Point, you could probably replace that in range and then maybe get toxin that way. Like I'm trying to get viral on it as well without sacrificing something huge. Like making minimal sacrifice for it. That's a lot of, when I roll Rivens, it's a lot of what I do. I'm trying to fit a build into mod configuration that otherwise wouldn't support without a very particular Riven. That's where I think Rivens really shine nowadays, because it's just like blanket stacking something is just not worth it in my opinion. Or if you do stack stuff, you want to stack useful stuff, kind of like what I do with this build. Do I think that Excalibur needs a retouch? What I'm hoping is, and I was wondering if they were going to do this during the dev stream, or if they're going to save it for the next dev stream or for TennoCon, but I'm kind of suspecting at some point they'll release the Excalibur Heirloom, and the Excalibur Heirloom will more than likely include a retouch, and hopefully that retouch will fix some of the inherent issues. So if they do have it in the works, the more pressure, the more likely it is to be the next one, since it's unlikely that they don't have something queued up when it comes to heirloom skins for like a lot of Warframes. Even if it's not something that's in a lot of development, something that they probably have just in their pocket, just waiting for it to be the right time. Like a concept art. Like they probably have taken one of the community concept arts for it and just said, like, this is the one we're gonna go with more than likely. Or this is the one with retouches or upgrades to it. Hello, hello. Alright, yeah, I'm just looking for grouping the Archon hunt right now. Hello, hello. Yeah, I'm just running this build, the build that I showed in my most recent video. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm kind of just the first day playing in a few days because my mom did come to town, and so I was hanging out with my mom for the last few days. I got some time in, a little bit of time in yesterday to make a quick video. I was trying to make it quick for that reason, but then also there was a lot of stuff I kind of missed, and I didn't like the take that much, but it serves its purpose. It sort of shows the concept here. Influence is all better than Kareen. I think what I think I describe it, but maybe not in the take that I actually uploaded, because a lot of times I'll make several takes of a video. The one I uploaded yesterday, I think I had like 3 different takes of, and I just preferred that one. What I probably didn't describe the best is this influence build works better on your Nikana Zaw because slash dash is there for super heavy target, like single target damage. So then the combination of like this Contagion influence Zaw and then the influence or the afflictions build on your Exalted Blade is sort of like that golden combo that lets you get everything. Like most of the time when I make a build, I'm making it so that I have a really strong single target and a really strong AoE option. So then between your 2 melee weapons, you have 1 for each. Like I think that's the best way in my opinion to build Excalibur. Like if I had to choose like the best way to differentiate between his melee, like there's no point in putting 2 influence weapons on him, to put it simply. And I generally don't stack arcanes because of that. If I can't get an AoE, something inherently AoE that isn't influence, then usually influence will be involved in some capacity just to not lose out. In this case, I think with the build that I'm running, this Nikana Zaw, this works too well. And I have tested at level cap, or very close to level cap, to the point where I'd say, like, this is more than effective, even with the low enemy density of those missions. No Exalted Blade usage on that build. Yeah, so in this build, you're not really using, you're using primarily the Nikana for the lifesteal. You're not using Exalted Blade, except for a use of slash dash. Like this build I'm running right now is amusingly very similar to the build that I ran for literal years. The only thing you kind of have to do is make sure that before you're slash dashing a really heavy target, you strip its overguard. Like if you're killing Frax Ghosts or something, that's the only thing. But as soon as even that one level cap-ish mission that I did, you can see that the Frax Ghosts, as soon as they don't have overguard, slash dash one-shots them without very much effort. So most of the time what I was doing was like throwing a Contagion and then slamming into them, just a normal slam, and their overguard was probably stripped from that. Unfortunately, for that build that I uploaded, you don't have any disadvantage on Umbra. Like you have to run Umbra for it to get the base stat increase, at least on the armor side, without having to sacrifice the strength. But there's no disadvantage to running Warrior's Rest. It's definitely one of the few builds that Umbra can run no compromise, which is really good. Which I'm glad that could find an option there, because like I'm not even running Prime Surefooted. I'm running Power Drift on this build. This is just simply better. Like the friendly reminder that you don't have Spellbind up that you need anyways is that when you get like the slight stagger, let me see if I can show. Like it's still got 18 seconds in it. Like when you slightly stagger yourself with a Contagion, when the explosion from that actually staggers you, that's your friendly reminder to recast Spellbind, because that's the least of your problem. Getting slightly staggered by your Contagion is by far better indication that you need to recast Spellbind than, I don't know, getting a heat stack on you and dying, or a slash stack. So like here is an example. See how I got staggered? If I get staggered here. So this is a good example of you need to cast Spellbind, because that's your safe indication of it. But really, if you just recast it, you know, because it's a recastable ability. It's not like Hideous Resolution or whatever it's called. Hideous Resolve. That one kind of sucks for this overall. Like, that was the first one I tested, and it's the worst by far. It's pretty awful. Because it doesn't... I don't remember it giving you knockdown immunity when I was testing it. Like, I still had to run Prime Sure-Footed. And then every time you stagger yourself, like every time you did this, it would consume a stack because you were getting staggered, and that would count, which was pretty lame. These arcane one shift shield. Yeah, this is arcane persistence right now. This build. This is really like the going back to something that I used for a very long time. So when I look at my most used, the fact that Daiku is my most used is because I ran the Amalgam mod with a Nikana Zaw for a very long time. Like, that's how I have these, is in this high of usage, because I use this combination, like basically an older version of this build that I'm running right now. And it's probably the best thing to do for Excalibur, because like without being able to use a damage subsume in this scenario where I'm using Spellbind, you're losing a lot, and so Contagion and Influence help make up for that. That's the kind of the unfortunate nature of it. Like you almost need to run this Contagion Influence setup to really make it work. Not to say you can't run like Siam with it or something, but you would need like a really strong Riven in order to be able to fit that and be able to make it worth it. And Siam's weird. Like I don't really like Siam. Siam bugs out with the way its heavy attack wave propagates more often than I feel like it should. Like, they probably just need to rework it in order to make it make more sense and be consistent. Because it breaks on, like, Kuva tiles, guaranteed. Like, it just won't hit things because it goes, like, under the floor instead of going up the target. I actually got my, my Narm in here twice. The nice thing, too, about this variation is Spellbind, like, you can maintain that pretty easily in this. Because it's only 25 cost for it. It's not an expensive ability. But in lower-end missions, you can just kind of ignore it for the most part. Like, you'll get the little bit of self-stagger from Contagion, but that's not the end of the world. You just recast it often. If you recast it with the idea of giving it to your teammates, that's probably the way that you can keep this continuously up. Like, if my goal here is trying to recast it for every teammate, I'm recasting it so often that I should always have it on me. Especially when you have this much max energy.
There you go.
Makes Dex Nikana better than others, because if you look at the passive on Dex Nikana, it gets up to 11x combo at only 110. So then all you have to do to get max combo on Dex Nikana is actually run Galvanized Reflex and Corrupt Charge. So that the combination of the 80 plus 30 gets you to 110, and on Dex Nikana that's 11 by 110. So it's really good that way. It's better, I think, better than the other versions of Nikana for that reason alone, because it's more useful. Because I think there's more useful Nikanas than Nikana Prime and base Nikana. But Dex Nikana at least does something interesting. Same with, like, Skiajati. I find Skiajati better than like Nikana Prime. Just because it's like, Nikana Prime doesn't do anything cool. Like, it's just got decent stats and that's about it. But you really need crazy stats for it to make it work. Long blades or heavy blades like war. There was a while I used Paracesis, but I actually don't like the stances on heavy blades or long blades, They just kind of, I don't know, they just don't have that fluidity that I like when I play melee combat. I would rather use Ghoul Saw than a heavy sword right now. Because Ghoul Saw at least has mobility in its stance. And if you play it right, it's actually really easy to keep up.
Narmer will destroy all they consider makers. Archon Nyra will be at the forefront of the slaughter.
I want to get me some combo before we get to the Archon. The only thing you have to keep in mind with Blind Rage is when you're using it, you're mostly blocking while you're using it, but in this scenario, you just do neutral, like the neutral attack. When you're up on, actually on top of an enemy, I just usually neutral attack, because it works better. Like right here.
You found her. Stay on the move. Those eyes can kill.
If I had everything stacked up right here, the damage, I basically one-shot the Archons with the setup. This is what I was, when Archons first came out, this was a build I was actually using. Since this was, like, primarily what I was using up until Whispers in, or not Whispers in the Wall. Probably until Incarnons, like Duviri. This is primarily what I was playing. Like, this exact build variation, it's just, it kind of sucked after Incarnons were added because of the ability for you to make Slash Dash useful. In this case, you don't need an Incarnon to do that. Luckily, it seems like these people are faster than faster so that I don't have to go get both of them. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I actually end up getting both of the things before my teammates. And that's okay. It makes me feel good, I guess. Yeah, if they're struggling right here, I might be able to get both of them.
Take down his flock first, then him.
No, he got it before me. No. Yeah, if I'm able to pre-game my Furious Javelin stacks before the Archon, I can basically one-shot it with Contagion. It's still a very strong, like, I think the Contagion was weird because when they first nerfed it, it felt really bad. But then at some point after that, almost like they reverted a nerf, like they stealth reverted a nerf on it, just to get people to stop playing it and play something else. And then they just reverted whatever nerf they did. It's kind of what I feel like. Because for a while it sucked, and then all of a sudden it was good again. And I don't know why. Like running the same exact builds, it just got better. This was a while back that they had nerfed Contagion. What's going on here? Oh. Alright, we got one stack of... Oh, we can get more stacks. Yeah, the thing about Contagion is your ability to keep throwing the actual projectile and comboing that with normal gameplay. The thing you couldn't do before was being able to combo that with like Tennokai procs and stuff too. It's a very diverse set of utility that you can get on a build like this. It's a lot of fun. Get the Zaw to use a Zato skin. Yeah, I really like... I've had this thing for so long. It's one of the the Tenno-gen Nikana skins, because it's kind of like dual. It's almost like you're dual wielding when you have the hilt. Like right there, the hilt's so giant on it. I think it looks cool. It matches a lot of the Prime aesthetic when you color it correctly. Dual Liquor Incarnate, yes. Highly recommend getting it when it becomes available. There's probably 3 Forma. That's actually pretty good. Well, this rotates in 13 minutes. Yeah, so what this is, and just show it again. Same as my build video. Where it's just a pure electric Exodia Contagion influence, and then the Riven on this is kind of really just attack speed. But it stacks more melee damage and more electric damage. And is that necessary? It really isn't. This is probably overkill. If you were to choose to fill this slot, you would probably want attack speed. Like this gives it at minimum when I got this Riven, because this was really cheap when I got it. The whole idea was to increase its wing for electric, give a little bit of attack speed, and then I just needed like a third. And melee damage is one of the best scaling stats on Rivens in general. Like especially on low dispo stuff, melee damage just scales the best. Because even that, like this +3/-1 with really low dispo, it at least gets into the territory where it comes close to replacing Prime Pressure Point. But in this build, I get a lot of extra melee damage. On top of what I get from Narman. Because think, this is without the 200% from Narman. Same with here. This is without the extra 200%. It's very powerful. Oh, I didn't even check my my things over here. Garuda 200% strength. 75% ability efficiency literally destroys the build that I have for Garuda. Because the build on Garuda relies on negative efficiency in order to be able to keep yourself alive for shield gating. Garuda is probably a good host for persistence if you build it right, but I don't care enough to try doing that. Precision rifle. Do the sortie. What's some serious meme value is actually Ghoul Saw. Because I do have 7 Forma into Ghoul Saw. And I did roll this puppy. So I get Blast Electric. Well, the idea behind this is once Kuva Ghoul Saw comes out, I'll get a free mod slot because I won't have to use Voltaic in order to get Electric for it. So then I can just run Blast Electric from the per gen. I don't think... Oh, I'd put attack speed here. That's probably what I'd do. Put Prime Fury in there. Actually don't need anything with lifesteal here. I can just run Dual Liquor. What's nice is when you're running like a sortie, you don't need to have like crazy lifesteal. The Nikana amalgam stuff is really just almost necessary if you're trying to push level cap, because you just don't get enough healing without that, without having melee lifesteal. In this case, I'm not going to need it. It's not like I'll take over 500 damage per, or take 500 damage per second in a sortie. Hopefully. Nami Solo Incarnate, I kind of stay away from it because the stance sucks on it. But a lot of people that don't actually play melee, they'll have like a quick melee option. They really like it since it seems pretty powerful. I don't really care for it though. I don't really care for Nami solo. I played with it. The stance just sucks on it, to put it simply. I'd rather use something else.
Officer captured. I will begin interrogation immediately. A strategic location has fallen into enemy control. It must be liberated. Converge on the waypoint to accept this mission. You've reached the location. Clear
Just as a reminder, just because it's a /dash focused build in a sortie like this, there's nothing that stops you from pulling out Exalted Blade and using it. Like, you could technically get rid of Spoiled Strike. I think I mentioned this in the video. Like, you could always get rid of Spoiled Strike and then not have the negative attack speed and be just fine. Especially if you're using Narman, where you already get a lot of extra melee damage. Like, stacking melee damage is really good on Excalibur, but you don't need to stack a crazy amount on it. The fact that lethal levitation actually is reliable now, since they finally fixed, well, second time they fixed the bug, but the fact that it didn't work before when you were client, you don't have that issue now. I've tested that in so many situations, and it still works properly. As a reminder, even when you play melee only in these open world things, you still have access to your Necromech. And so I use my Necromech quite a lot. I don't even know what's going on. I'm just killing stuff.
The drone is nearby. Find it and hack it. That's it. The drone is under our control now.
If I had the power to make a mod, what would I make? I think the best... Now, are we talking about augments? If I had, like, the ability to make an Excalibur augment? Because there's definitely something I would make if there was the ability to make an Excalibur augment. If we're talking about general mods, though, I think... let me think. Oh. We're gonna kill this guy. Like, without making some sort of mod that's feature rich, I would like to have some sort of corrupted, some more like corrupted type mods. I think there's a lot of lacking. The one overall mod sort of thing that I wish they would add to the game, though, is expanding the way that Precision Intensify works to include or be based off of weapon slot or like mod slot. So then, depending on like which column you put the mod in will be what ability that it buffs. So if you put this like Precision Intensify, so instead of it just being locked to your fourth ability, if you put it in like the fourth slot, the fourth row on your mod configuration, then it buffs your fourth ability. If you put it in the second, then it buffs your second. And then you would also have a full set of precision mods inclusive to that. So you'd get like precision range, and you'd technically be only able to put 2 on a given ability, so you wouldn't be able to just put all 4 on the same ability. You'd be limited by the amount of rows available from your mod configuration. But that's kind of like, if I had to make one mod, that would probably be what it would be. Because I'd really like a Precision Intensify type thing for just Radio Javelin. Because Radio Javelin's the only ability on Excalibur that really does need range. Like, it scales its bonus as good as it does with strength with range. So you need like a certain amount of range on it. Slash dash doesn't really need it. Like slash dash base range is just fine. Your subsume usually doesn't need range, and then Exalted Blade doesn't need range at all because it's, you know, radio. The blind effect is worthless on it. So that's what I would do. Did you test how important your Riven is? No, I usually don't test how important the Riven is. On Nikana's, or like on some of those weapons I don't, or that I do, and some I don't. Like I've tested Dual Liquor pretty heavily without a Riven, just to see how good it is without it. But other than that, like I really don't test, like, well, how good is this build Rivenless? Because I do usually min-max based on Rivens. And a lot of my builds, unfortunately, a lot of the builds that I don't show videos of actually require Rivens to function. Because they just simply won't fit. Like, that was the hard part about the Hate Incarnate video that I made. Was that a lot of my Hate Incarnate builds require a Riven to be able to fit it. Because you otherwise just can't fit it. Which one? 16%? Why don't I have this one favorite?
Now we finish this business.
Yeah, if I had the ability to make like a mod, it would probably be something like that. I'd like to see more precision mods, but then make them column dependent. So just to reiterate on that point, you have 4 columns of mod slots, and wherever you put a precision mod, it would buff that. And they would, and the way I would make that easier to mod is they would be Omni. Any of the precision mods would be Omni in that situation. So then it doesn't matter how you have things polarized. You can always get reduction in it. Like they'd probably be 9 cost or higher, and then be Omni. I don't think they would have to be, but that's how I would do it. If I had to make, it's probably not necessarily your question, but if I had to make a new augment for Excalibur, it would probably be an augment for Radio Javelin that makes it scale off Exalted Blade. So giving it giving it slash dash like scaling off of Exalted Blade. And then that would keep it from being this required thing. So then you could have, like, baseline, the ability would be AoE and slash procs, which is not to say great, but it's not worthless without its augment. It's a lot better than Radio Blind, but being able to equip both Furious Javelin and this, like, Exalted Blade scaling is probably a little OP. So then what it would probably do, though, is it would give it base stats and then scale it off of Exalted Blade, and it would be absurd. Like, it would turn Radio Javelin into a nuke, more than likely. But it'd be another toolkit. Like, you think Chromatic Blade scales... like, Chromatic Blade really is there to scale Exalted Blade itself. It doesn't scale Slash Dash. It doesn't scale Slash Dash at all. So if there was an augment that scaled Radio Javelin extremely well, then I would probably use that over Furious Javelin in some scenarios. It would be a really good non-melee spam build option. It would make Excalibur a melee warframe that doesn't have to be actually meleeing if they made something like that. I think, I'll be honest though, I think DE is very creative. They're a lot more creative than I am. But the downside is when you live in a niche like I do within this game, you generally will eventually you'll out-idea the developers, but generally I would say they're a lot more creative than I am. Just as a general rule. Yeah, I'm usually pretty surprised at what they come up with for new features and mods and arcanes and stuff. Trying to get thing. There we go. Yeah, in these lower emissions, I don't even need to get lethal levitation, but remember, it's like Narman's really powerful here because You don't have a lot of strength to scale things. You don't have a subsume to scale your damage. So Narman's Lethal Levitation on top of Furious Javelin is like that's really good scaling. I just got one stack there. So notice I do actually have a stack of Lethal Levitation, and I am not host. Not the easiest thing to proc, but I would rather it not be based off of like levitating your enemies. It's a lot easier to proc with like a 747 because you can just shoot the glaive, you can spam the waves, and then as the glaive hits them, it'll count. But I'd rather not use a 747 at this point. Oh, I do have my thing. Or like a thermal transfer I'm getting right now? Oh yeah, there it is. Thermal transfer. I do wish Excalibur's passive was more useful, but it is what it is. There's room. I think if they do end up ever doing Excalibur Heirloom, that they would probably do like a light touch. Maybe they're literally saving Excalibur's Heirloom until they fix Umbra's problem. Like, they've got this cooked up. They've been holding it and working on it for a while. That's like the optimism in me. And they wouldn't talk about it. They wouldn't be able to talk about it at all. Sorry, because it seems pretty common that when they release an heirloom, they do like a retouch. Which makes sense. Makes in complete sense for them to do that. Where's this, This is the one I already picked up, apparently. My favorite Excalibur skin, you're looking at it. And that's because it's simple. I don't really care too much for the Excalibur skins, because their geometry is really trash. I would say if I had to choose what I think the best looking Excalibur skin is, it's probably Umbra. Like, I think Umbra looks so much more interesting than any of the other ones because he has this extra geometry. He looks like a proper primed Warframe. Because he technically was. Like, he technically was a proper primed Warframe. He wasn't this, like, back before the game even understood what primed Warframes were. Zato's weird, because, I don't know, I wish there wasn't some parts of Zato with the way that the colors are set up. Like, I just don't like it. I don't really think, like, the wraps around his arm, the coloration for that just really doesn't make a lot of sense. There's a few things I disagree with when it comes to the Zato skin that... And it also overrides your Exalted Blade. And for Umbra, that's a good thing, but for Prime, that's not great. Zato Exalted Blade looks dramatically worse than Prime. Uh, yeah, it's just I feel like like there should be more skin options for Excalibur to be able to add geometry to him, because he's just so low geometry in the way that he's set up, and that's the consequence of having no like prime details that are that great on except for Umbra. Obviously Umbra has his ironic prime decals even though he's not a prime.
This will take a moment.
Yeah, what's so nice in running this build versus 2020 or 2019 to 2022 when I was really running this. Like, this is like the build that I ran nonstop. The nice part of it is Slash Dash is actually powerful, which wasn't the case back then. Slash Dash was literally worthless back then until Veilbreaker, and it's like, okay, well, at least it's a really powerful mobility tool, but now it's actually useful since I can let it scale off Exalted Blade. So Exalted Blade actually does something in this build, which is nice.
We are finished here. Move on. We have got to
I hear a Necros.
proceed and prepare. Terminal spotted. Upload me and prepare to defend.
In this scenario, having Nerman is really powerful because you notice it takes so long, especially in the sortie, for me to generate my combo. There's just not a lot of enemies. When I used to run this build, I didn't use Furious Javelin. I actually used Surging Dash. Even though I was running Narman as well, I would run Surging Dash to get the combo as high up as possible, like as soon as possible.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
Oh, I can do the big sword thing. I like big sword thing. Big sword thing, cool. Let's do big sword thing in the corner here. I don't know what's going on with the direction. It seems like every time I go to cast it, the direction of it's all messed up.
Terminal hacked. Keep moving. Here is a
Oh,
terminal.
this is like the shortest path I've ever had to take for... Except that one mission where it's like right next to it. Like the Ceres mission or something for mobile defense. I've gotten used to the different... This has a bit of a different attack speed as configured than my normal... The Zaw that I ran for a very long time. But I think I've gotten used to it. The timing for the stance is really what I had to adjust to.
Still working on
It was like defeating muscle memory at that point with how long I used that Nikana, that version of this Zaw.
Stay focused. There's a
Like right here where I'm doing the forward neutral and then I combo that into a roll or into a slide. Like right here, this is all I'm doing. So instead of continuing the forward dash to do this like stupid spin and slam thing, you just break it with a slide. And then you can just keep going. A lot of these things, I literally have to think about it because it's just I do it so intrinsically that
The odds were against us, Tenno.
I don't really, half the time, I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just doing it. I've played it for so long. Good luck, everybody. Enemy spotted. Void key stuck in head. I'm actually a little excited for the Bobbin Signa, because I have a feeling the Bobbin Signa will kind of like perfectly socket into a little rhino spike here on Prime's helmet. Like, I think that might look cool, but it's not going to match my Tenocon stuff. Because the Tenocon stuff, you have to, like, change it. The tertiary is the accent and vice versa. Movement and how to do next level. I do technically have a video on movement for Excalibur. That is my my 1.5 hour comprehensive guide for Umbra. At the very end, I go pretty deep into explaining the movement. So I'd recommend checking that out. I actually got Kuva there, which I will unfortunately be 26 Kuva off from being able to do something. We'll see. I think there was a Siam ribbon I was rolling. Okay, yeah, we're just going to roll this. Kuva shall not exist. If I have Kuva, then I have a problem. No. So we will burn all of it. Yeah, Siam, like, I have this guy right here. This melee damage initial combo that I just rolled. I've been trying to roll something else. I won't describe what I'm trying to roll, just because. But I already have a version of this that is melee initial combo crit damage minus slash. So this is like a Dowdy heavy attack build. So, like, here's my Siam. Like, I did actually put an Umbra form way back when it first came out. I put an Umbra form in it. But I run this with Dowdy. And Dowdy's weird. It stacks pretty high. That negative slash does actually work with it. The only downside of negative slash on this is that if you do the slide heavy attack to get the actual big slash proc, it hits like trash because you're reducing it by 72%, 73%. So this is that. I'll show the Dex Nakana. Like, I think I show this in my like favorite melee weapons build. But this is the min-maxed, no Riven Dex Nakana, which gets it to max combo, since its max combo is 11 by 110. It's just, it kind of sucks. Like, if you... I should have probably kept it, but I re-rolled it. But I did have a initial combo damage minus efficiency Riven, but it only got to 28. And it needs to get to 30 to replace this. But I basically could have saved myself 2 mod slots. So I could have gotten rid of Prime Pressure Point and Corrupt Charge with just a Riven. And then probably would have been able to fit in Prime Fever. But I also want to be able to fit in Viral for it. Even though that's kind of unnecessary here. But just to be able to make use of Afflictions. This is very powerful. If you haven't tried something like this, I'd recommend trying it out. It doesn't make a lot of sense in this build, but as like a drop-in melee weapon for any build, it's very good. Oh. Dexdocra. Don't they make like a dual Dexdocra? Yeah, there you go. Dexdocra. Is that because you haven't been around for the anniversary? I don't even remember. Like, obviously it's an anniversary with the Dex, but I don't know how long it's been out there. I've had it for so long. Go back to my, what else was I going to show? Nikana. I wish Dragon Nikana was actually decent, but... Because I have some weird Revens for it. Like this nonsense. Look at how dumb this is. All I have to do is force heat in front of it, and then I can get blast electric with this arcane. Or this Riven. I bought this for like nothing. The order on it isn't perfect, but... You guys understand the idea. The hope was, if they were to give a Nikana an Incarnate adapter, it would probably be Dragon Nikana. So this is me banking on that being a thing. Lucky for me, Ghoul Saw might actually be useful. We're actually going to pull out Ghoul Saw. Just for the memes. I might get rid of Prime Pressure Point here to give myself attack speed. I might actually do that. Since I get melee damage. So I don't really need Prime Pressure Point. Hot take. Sun and Moon is the best dual Nikana in the game. Yes, you are correct. I'm excited for Kuva Ghoul Saw, and I hope they give it something interesting, since they seem to be giving every upgraded version of a weapon some sort of really powerful passive. But we're gonna do a little bit of meme. Ooh, can I get more Kuva? I can't get more Kuva yet.
Flash and bite. Let's check what's next.
I'm gonna do a little bit of meme with Ghoul Saw. I'm gonna top my T off. Prime Aura or stances. I think there's some opportunity for some more unique stuff to stance or to auras, like more options for auras. They did finally add some more auras in 1999, but it's like they're pretty niche. Maybe like corrupted auras would be pretty cool, or some more utility, like some more stuff for Exilis mods. That would also be kind of cool. But I'll be right back. Okay. A little casualty on my T as I was going down the steps. A little sore. I think there's options for more stances. I don't know if priming those makes sense though. I think having corrupted stuff would make sense though. Like you think of a stance that is really powerful, but it gives you like negative efficiency or something, or negative finisher. Like that would be kind of cool. I also wish that Sun and Moon was a little bit more was a little bit more interesting. The fact that it doesn't have the left and right like heat and cold. I think that would have been a really cool opportunity, because then you could give it toxin and then do like gas and viral. Like I think that would have been really cool. It would have made it worth using, to put it simply. But Sun and Moon kind of sucks. And its stance isn't very good. They didn't really put a lot of effort into the stance, I think. Hello, Venti. Hello. Someone's got to feed their hamster here. Oh, looks like they did. Alright, it's going to take me a moment to get used to this stance again. But it's very interesting. I feel like this is like playing Doom. Like you rip and tear your enemies until it is done. The charge I don't really like to use. I'd rather roll and break it and use it kind of like I do Blind Justice, where I use it as a mobility tool. So it feels very similar to that. It feels very similar to Blind Justice. Like the stance is actually not bad. And the heavy attack is pretty, gives some definitely Doom vibes to it. I don't know if Blast Electric is the best. I have played around with a lot of stuff. I don't think Affliction scaled very well on it when I tried it. Like, I tried to run a Blast Afflictions build with the Riven that I have, and it just, like, didn't really seem too great. So I switched to running Afflictions, or Influence, because Influence makes everything good, because it's overpowered. But I think this is a good example of how the mobility tool built within a stance actually, I think, I mean, probably the most important thing about a stance is, does it have a mobility tool built within it? And that's why I don't like something like Nami Solo, because every time I remember testing the stances to see if I could find one that was tolerable, and they were just all awful. Same with heavy swords. They just didn't really survive when I advanced. I used Paracesis a long time. Yeah, you can ride the Ghoul Saw. So like you do, it's the forward block, and you ride it, and then you can break it, similar to like what I do with Blind Justice. Ghoul Saw. I didn't get all the kills, but I definitely took all the damage. Doing a little meme stuff with some Ghoul Saw. I can show it in a solo mission so that I don't have someone being able to outkill me. The spin on it's pretty cool. It's a really fun thing, but I won't say that Ghoul Saw is a intermediate level stance. It's definitely a really high level stance, and I think it's so common to Blind Justice that it's easy for me to use, and easy for me to use very effectively. I'll show it in my test mission. I thought about making a video on this just so that people kind of have an idea of what they should do with Kuva Ghoul Saw when it comes out. It's like a precursor video. Influence is probably gonna just be the best way to do it, unfortunately, because it's pretty fun. You'll see. I'm gonna do the thing. We're gonna use this build. Yeah, I'll say just as a reminder that your master rank means nothing, because I can't tell you anything about all of these warframes that I've supposedly mastered. I have no idea what most of their abilities actually are. I think you guys understand why that's the case. So it's just kind of the reality of it. I am one of the least knowledgeable founder LR5s in this game because I only play Excalibur. So like that. Let's see some of the stances on this. Some of the stance nonsense with this. Yeah. It's influence. It does things. I'm pretty sure that right there, because it causes knockdown, I think it's a guaranteed slash too, so then you should be able to proc afflictions with it. Like, I don't think it's a terrible afflictions host. It's just, depending on what you're comboing it with, you're probably better off not running anything of an influence on it right now. At least this version of Ghoulsaw. Kuva Ghoulsaw is probably going to be a different beast. But you notice I'm doing this and I'm breaking it with slash dash. Very, very standard gameplay for me. So I'm doing this, breaking it with slash dash before it goes into the final part of its animation. Adding blast to it is also just kind of ridiculous. It's only because I rolled. The only reason this says blast on it is because I happen to roll that ribbon, and that ribbon's pretty good. That reminds me. Let me remove that. I don't like having things listed that I advertise in my channel. Feels gross. Like I said, it's a good stance. It's just it's a very high skill stance. Like, this is not easy to do. It's just, for me, I think it's so much easier because I've used Blind Justice for so long. Because you can not do some of the crazy stuff I'm doing. You could just do this, where you're just using the forward neutral attack, where it's just the blade. Like right here, this is all you have to do. If you got crazy movement speed, you just do this. You don't have to do anything crazy, anything fancy. You just do this, and you'll be perfectly fine. Make yourself feel like Doomslayer. I did actually try to make Excalibur look like the Doomslayer, and then do a little bit of memery with the Ghoulsaw, but I couldn't do it. I'm not that talented at the aesthetic part in this game. Yes, you just watch this. Like, that's all it takes. Just one hit. Oh no, look at this. See, this is a skill issue. I'm not keeping my Spellbind up because I'm bad. Just keep your Spellbind up and you're basically immortal. Even if you don't have self-healing and Steel Path like this, if you don't have sort of the melee weapon based lifesteal. Oh, I should probably use this. Ribbon disposition on Ghoulsaw has actually been being buffed over and over. Like, I think they buffed it multiple times in the last few disposition changes. I'm excited for Kuva Ghoulsaw. I didn't even know I wanted Kuva Ghoulsaw, but I do want it. Out of all of the weapons that I thought that they would give Kuva variations, Ghoulsaw was not on the list, but I am happy it is. Make sure I top myself off here. Come on, Acolyte.
Another life support capsule is now available.
Maybe I should just use Ghoulsaw for the rest of the night. This is fun.
Our operative is making progress. This will help our cause. Extraction is available if you need it.
So as an example, what I'll probably do is just show... I'll make a Afflictions variation for this. Just because. So it won't have electric. It'll be functionally the same build, but instead of having electric, it has melee damage and then afflictions. Because the goal would be to use blast. Nice. Ghoul Saw Ravens. Get them. Get them while they're get them while you can, because I wouldn't doubt it if this thing gets pretty nutty. Pretty nutty when Kuva variation comes out. It's probably gonna be one of the best. It's gonna be the best Kuva melee weapon in the game by far, because there's not very many not much competition there. Sorry, just texting real quick. People texting me. We'll do. Ooh, we're gonna give this a focus lens, most importantly. I have a bunch of these Narman ones that I can put in. So we're gonna duplicate this one, because this will be very close to the same. Just getting rid of that and putting prime pressure point. And then afflictions. That's what I can do then. Let's see. Now, we're just gonna run it. We're just gonna run the Ghoul Saw, no afflictions. Or running no influence. Just this. Blast. Just pure blast. Pure damage. Well, let me calculate this out real quick. Let me make sure. I think it's got a pretty bad crit chance. Oh, okay. I'm remembering this now. I remember testing this. 15% base crit chance works pretty well when you're running blast, and then it might only orange crit on heavy attacks, but otherwise it's pretty likely. It's got like a 2.5% chance to not crit. Sword and Shields, dagger, melee weapon. Sword and Shields I have some mixed opinions on, because I do really enjoy them and I do really like them, and Ack and Brunt is a lot of fun. But it's just it falls behind. Like the stance isn't bad on it, but like the stance is available for it. There's one that I prefer out of the rest. I don't know. They're niche. They're fun, but I don't think they're that great overall. Let's see how fast we can boom this guy. Here's a problem. This is an influence. But that's actually pretty good right there. Yeah, that's actually doing pretty good. 5 million on an explosion with blast. Okay. You wouldn't be able to run this on Kuva, because the crit chance is probably going to actually be worth using something other than duplicate on. Affliction's probably going to be the recommendation there. But on normal, you can run a duplicate, seems just fine.
Prepare for life support.
Yeah, see, the blast really doesn't do that much damage most of the time. Maybe it's also because I don't have stacks up. Alright. Okay, well that did a lot. Turns out when you use your nearly 800% multiplicative bonus, it scales pretty well. It's like Slash Dash, but but not. Ooh, I got a big Death Star here. Fancy. There is actually some nonsense that I've done with Ack and Brun. I have some pretty good ribbons for it that I've run over the years. Because Ack and Brun and Karnan was actually a stat stick option back in the day to be able to get one of the few really high, one of the few higher versions of status and crit chance that you would be able to use to actually give Slash Dash some base stats. I forget which part of that what part of the combo is for that. So that's just the block neutral, where you just spin around like that. I don't use that very often because I'd rather do a slide or that slam and a break it with a slash dash. You know, nothing crazy, but this game isn't all about kills per minute. This game is also about having fun. People seem to forget that sometimes. And Ghoul Saw definitely does do fun things. I think just doing that. Let's see how the aerial attack is on this. Yeah, I think it's just a swipe. It's pretty good. But if you run literally a pure influence, like you run the version of this build just without a ribbon, it's probably going to be pretty good. It'll be fun. I think running Blast on it with in this setup though is pretty amusing. Surprisingly good. Notice how awful I am at keeping Spellbind up. Now, like I said, nothing crazy, but we're having fun here. We're not sweating it out with kills per minute nonsense. This game is also about having fun. Ghoul Saw one-shotting things in Steel Path is always a good thing. I want an Acolyte to show up and I just heavy attack him. Oh no. Goodbye, Malice. I queued that up so that I could kill him as soon as he spawned. This has to be extraction, right? Yeah, there you go. Okay. Ghoul Saw go burr. Literally. Oh. Oh, my teeth. Yeah, it's partially Narman for the multiplier, the combo multiplier, but also that 200% from lethal levitation is reliable now to use in any mission. So just as a reminder of that. This was bugged for a very long time, and it was in one of the hot fixes, they fixed this finally. So lethal levitation, this ability applies to your amp, applies to all of your weapons, including melee weapons. It hasn't always, but that is in fact the case now. And it used to not work when you were client. So if you weren't the host, this wasn't reliable, and now it is. And so I would say in this build where you're running like lower strength and you're sort of relying on your equipped melee weapon and the scaling of this guy, having that extra 200%, it scales a lot. Like you think here's 100%, and notice how much more damage that gives this. So you're scaling that even higher, and then you're multiplying that with Furious Javelin. So then stacking as much melee damage as you can in this is just really good. What you can do, if you don't want to run the negative attack speed here, though, is like you can... Let me actually show a different variation of this. If you want to like a less sweaty to slash dash variation. So I'm going to rename this. I think it's this Affliction combo is similar. Oh no, this was completely bastardized at one point. I'm just fixing this real quick. Yeah, like, so you free up these two mod slots right here, so the Organ Shatter and this guy. And you run Galvanized instead to get that extra, that little bit of extra status chance. And then you can even run Vicious to get you even more. And then you would add some sort of attack speed. Like, what you could do is run dual gladiator mods. So obviously, if you're just using it as slash dash, it won't give you a really good advantage, but you get at least... Let me see. So this at least gives you another 33%. So you're pretty likely to, if you are actually using this, you'll at least yellow crit 550, 220. So you'll have a decent, like 130% on heavy attack crit chance with a build like this. So you could always run that. Like if you don't want to run the sweaty slash dash variation that is otherwise a heavy attack build, and you want to have this as an option, but it's still primarily what this is designed to do is scale your slash dash. We'll even keep this common. I think because we're not heavy attacking, just getting that extra status chance is probably worth it in this scenario. But just still using the higher end mods. We'll run that. I'm going to go back to the influence meme build here. Like if you can run exactly this, just swap this Riven out for like Prime Pressure Point. But you can see how much lower my damage is not running that because of how much, getting like over 200 elemental damage from this Riven and crit damage. So I'm going to run it because I have it. I'm allowed to do that. Yeah, Ghoul Saw one-shotting Acolytes is pretty funny. I don't know if Duplicate really is the best here, but the problem with Blast is that it usually bugs out with Afflictions. So then I wouldn't run Afflictions in that scenario. I could run something else. Like, take an example here. When you get... Like, this Riven would be really good to be able to run gas with, like... Or... No, this is where it gets hard. Like, I could pro-gen to get something in combination. But I'd have to force, like, Toxin in front of it. Like, if I force Toxin in front of it, I could get gas. And then Magnetic, maybe. And then have things group. Like, that would probably work. There's a bunch of stuff I tested with Ghoul Saw a long time ago. And... It did things. It did things. It's fun though. Gotta play Cascade. Oh, that'd be funny. How important is Narman? I would say there's no reason not to run Narman. Have yet to get the Tarn Strike. Oh, see, like, I don't know. I haven't run into that issue in a long time. Where, like, I get the Tarn Strike quite often. This is still bug, though, with Narman. But as soon as they fix it, it'll be great. Like, this should be amazing once they fix this. This whole grant extra Taron Strike thing at the very end of Spectral Blades does not work. So once they fix that, this should be this should give your entire team the ability to increase the charge rate of their Taron Strike. I think at a minimum, this would have to be like 0.5% per kill or per strike. So then you would potentially get 1% per target, like per melee strike. And then because this has a 100% chance to attack the same target second time, that would be the idea. And this would actually be one of the most useful features of it. Assuming you can get that initial hit, which is how you use initial charge to get that. One-shotting Acolytes is pretty funny. That was a heavy attack, a full combo, remember that. That wasn't a normal attack. That was a heavy attack into an Acolyte. One thing I'll show, though, is just as an example. So you don't have to run the crazy, like, healing, infinite healing for Daiku and stuff, unless you're trying to really push the level cap, if you really want the extra quality of life. Because you can just run, like, Dual Liquor. I'll show it. You can't just run Dual Liquor. I was just running Ghoul Saw, and you saw I wasn't dying. I guess I might as well mention this. So there is actually on Dual Liquor a healing, this like 3 stacks, 33 health for 9 seconds. This sucks. Like, I don't think this is worth it. It's a conditional on kill, so it's not even that great. What might be worth it, though. You know, I don't even think I've tried this before. I don't even think I've tried this. I'm thinking of what to get rid of. There's not a lot I can get rid of. I guess in this scenario I can get rid of Prime Pressure Point. We're gonna find out. You know what? We're gonna make this even harder. We gonna learn today. We gonna learn today. Yet to try the Javelin Augment. What? You haven't tried Radio or the Furious Javelin? You have to try that. That's like the one thing. Use any favorite heavy melee. Are you talking like heavy melee swords and stuff? I still have a soft spot for Paracesis, the quest reward, because that was just cool when it came out. I really enjoyed that.
Hold on. I'm sending auxiliary life support.
That's probably the only one that I really have a lot of time spent with out of heavy weapons. Magistar, Sancti Magistar is an option in this kind of build, just because it does have a healing, the ability for you to get healing out of it. So what I need to do is start getting my clouds up, because my clouds should actually heal me. I don't think I was maintaining what I needed to maintain there. That was okay. We'll get some lethal levitation stacks while doing that. We're seeing, I have no companion, mind you, I don't have a companion, so I'm not relying on Panzer healing right here. And I'm only healing with Healing Return on Dual Liquor to see how good this is, or how bad this is. But you notice the clouds aren't proccing it, so like that makes that pretty much worthless. If the clouds could proc Healing Return, this would be worth it, but they clearly don't. Like, look at my health. My health isn't moving up, and these clouds are doing tons of damage. So a good demonstration of why that's not worth it. And 33% or 33 per second for losing 34 base status chance is not worth it. You think how that's like one of the worst trade deals ever. Lose all this base status chance that's required for this to work for you to get 33 healing per second. Maybe if it was like 33% per second, that'd be nice. Yeah. I don't even want to finish this. Arcane Reaper in rank. The problem I have with Arcane Reaper is it's conditional on kill. And anything conditional on kill that you would be relying on isn't worth it. I used Arcane Reaper a lot, actually, when it first came out. Because when Arcane Reaper came out, I was still running my, like, Nikana Daiku build. And so that was a pretty good drop-in for extra armor and for a bit of self-healing. But in the modern game, it's not worth it, unfortunately. Let's see. So I've played around with this enough to have polarized at least once. I was playing around with it, I think, post Arcane editions without giving it an actual adapter to see if it was worth using. And it's cool. It's definitely a cool thing. But I didn't really care for the gimmick of it. There's a lot of really cool gimmicks in this game, like gimmick weapons. If they don't have like the ability for you to maintain really high efficiency or like mobility in the game, then I just don't run them. Like Sancti Magistar is one of those where you could run it. Obviously. You know, thinking about it, this is probably gonna be, let's see, 20%. I don't think I played around with this that much. In a while, I probably haven't played around with this. I do have a Riven. This is one I unveiled. It's like not bad, but not particularly special. You can see what I was doing with it, though. We're going to give it the standard treatment here. Think it'll fit with that. No. Oh no. Oh. Look at that. Just do a little bit of Legos and it'll work. I don't probably need the extra attack speed. That's probably worthless. Can't really think of anything off the top of my head that I would throw in there instead. This Riven, I don't really care for right now. Wasn't worth rolling with the 0 roll that it came with. But talking about healing options, since if I remember, I don't remember if it was a bug that they had already fixed or not, but that you get a lifesteal when this is incarnate, like by default. Telos Boltus, I don't think I've ever really used it. I don't like the stances that come with the Tonfos. Is that, if that's a Tonfos? Like, same thing with Peritos. Whatever those sort of weapon classes are, I just don't like it. Doesn't this give you status immunity? Wait a minute. Did I forget about that? Something important here? Let's find out. I feel like I remember something about Sancti Magistar having status immunity. Let me look at the thing again. I'm gonna let my status immunity expire and see what happens. Okay, it does not give you status immunity. I feel like I remember something about that. I'm gonna link it again here. Resistance to status effects while held. Creates resistance to status effects while held. Okay, well that's not accurate. At least it doesn't work how I was hoping it worked. There's a slash proc. That is in fact a status that I am... maybe a resistance, not 100%. If someone happens to know. Notice how little orbs I'm getting. Not having my companion there to do its job.
Delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
So, you know, this is also an option, other than running the Nikana setup, because this does have lifesteal built into it. As a demonstration of that. There you go. Koda Haruto is also an option, obviously. I think that's an obvious one. Lifesteal gives you extra health. Not a crazy amount for Excalibur. It's a kind of absurd amount of health when you run on an Inaros that I show in my build for that.
Prepare for life support.
It says status. I don't know. I'd have to look at the wiki to see if the wiki actually has anything useful about it. Because it might. Sometimes the wiki is useful. I might as well finish this one since I'm leveling it.
Life support capsule is now available.
We're gonna do big sword. Big sword go burr. Yeah, whenever they fix spectral blades, that's gonna be one of the most satisfying things in the game to be able to do pretty regularly. If you're playing high-end melee like this and you're able to recharge with spectral blades pretty reliably within 30 seconds, then just being able to cast that continuously would be so good. I don't know, look at... maybe... I have to, like, constantly reevaluate if they fix things or not. I already grabbed... that's why. I already grabbed an orb. Like, why is my charge rate already so high? Because I already grabbed an orb. Oh, he's a nullifier. Don't play just the tip with the nullifier when Steel Essence is that under question.
Additional life support has arrived.
As I mentioned before, though, the advantage of running the Nikana And the Zaw type specifically with the Amalgam Daiku mod it just scales so well. Like, this is obviously pretty good too. Same with Koda Haruto, but there's just definitely a vibe with running an Akana on Excalibur. That's I think that's pretty obvious. Yeah, the insta-kill with it, from my testing, it's almost exclusively involving host to client relationship. Like, as a client, you just don't reliably get it 100% of the time. Like, at some point, it just doesn't do the damage cap check. It's my suspicion. I wanted to test it again, running status immunity, to see if status immunity was actually part of the problem. Where at some point, you don't get the status immunity, but then you get down to before it's detected. But I feel like I would have been able to notice that. So it might just be that at some point, the damage cap is ignored as a client. Like a very small intermittent issue with that. Where most of the time it's fine, but then there's an instance here or there where you just take full, like it doesn't cap the damage for you. I don't know, maybe they did some like anti-cheat sort of style thing for it that prevented it from being client side. Like, the damage cap isn't applied client side, it's applied at the server side, and then there's a miscommunication that occurs. I don't know, there's a bunch of ways they could have messed up to have that bug. DE's obviously the only people that can fix that or even understand exactly what the problem is. Yeah, the ghoul saw, yeah, the ghouls. I didn't heavy attack him, though. Keep that in mind, I did not heavy attack with this Sancti Magistar. If I would have heavy attacked him, maybe he would have one-shotted. There's not a lot of things that give you healing in this, like you think. And I think the healing on this guy is only in Dagoth. In Dagoth's hand, each status effect heals her slightly. So she has like built-in healing return. And there's not a lot of things that actually are useful healing return-wise to be able to match the amount of healing required for it. And then you think, well, if you're on Siam and you spam heavy attacks and you put Life Strike on it, you might as well just run Daiku Amalgam to get that. You could run a Glaive and run like in this build, you could run Life Strike on a heavy attack build. So like here, I could just fit Life Strike in this build. Like right there. That's all I have to do in order to fix that. I don't get my heavy attack efficiency. I don't get full heavy attack efficiency, but I get enough. When we'll get dedicated servers? Probably never. Unfortunately. I think the servers have definitely gotten a lot better over time. But they're not perfect, obviously. I don't feel like running this build. Let me fix this back. I really don't feel like running a Glaive. Glaives just feel so buggy and slow to me now. I used to use them a lot in the early days. We'll pull out Daiku, and I think I have another variation. There you go. Okay. I have the prime color variation of Schiajati. And this runs... This right now is running this type configuration, but I feel like I changed this. Yeah, I feel like I changed this here and there. It's just viral. Viral with afflictions. That's good on like a... Not on this build, but as like a companion for an afflictions or an influence build. That's where I would recommend running that. I can show this monstrosity. So like this is stupid how good it is. This Dex Nikana. Like, as I would recommend having this. You can run a no Forma version. I think you don't need 6 Forma in order to fit this. I think you can get away with like 2 Forma and fit this. You don't have to run 6 Forma to it. I don't think so. Yeah, notice what I have polarized here. So I'm pretty sure you could get away with 1 or 2 Forma and fit this. But that's the reason why, because between 30 initial combo and 80 initial combo, you get to 11 by 110. And this drops into... You could drop this into any Excalibur build and have a really good option for scaling slash dash damage. Like, you lose out on 25% multiplicative not going to 12x. But, like, let's be honest, that's insignificant in comparison. Did I pull this guy out? Notice this is also an influence build, but it's with Blast. Because I have a Blast Nikana Riven. I don't actually know if the crit chance... I forget if I calculated it out. A 28% chance. So it gets into red crit territory with this extra 100%. Pretty good. Has, like, no additional crit damage, though. Because I'm running sacrificial mods. Yeah, that kind of sucks. I'm also not running a companion. Let me fix that. Put on our tried and true Selena Kyle here. Feel like I can improve that. I probably don't need to have Umbra polarities. The Umbra polarities on here were for heavy attack, since that was the only useful thing for this for a very long time. With running this build was being able to spam heavy attacks with it. Even then, you look at how insignificant this Riven is. The Riven barely beats a 90, barely gets 90%, and then the crit chance is barely more valuable than. It's like barely more valuable than a, or actually even less valuable than a Gladiator. So it's just kind of unnecessary. You could probably swap this for Gladiator and be better off. But I'll try it. Try a mission with it. Let's see. With its arms, like dual arm blades. I guess having dual arm blades is not too far off of claws. And they do have like 2 claws. That's just extra arm blades. That's not 1 arm blade, that's extra arm blades. But no, I think if they had like a Predator, think if they made Predator the Warframe, that would be kind of cool. Have yourself like a shoulder cannon ability, have yourself a built-in melee weapon, sort of blade fist, arm fist, or arm blade sort of thing. I think that'd be pretty cool. DE will, in fact, probably copy everything eventually, because you think there's only so many Warframes that they can make that are unique, and they still somehow find unique Warframes to make. I don't know how they do it. They do it, though. They definitely do a good job with the creativity side in this game. I think here too, so like, just one tap these enemies. You can pretty much run any Nikana with influence on it, and it's going to be good because influence is overpowered. So if that's Skiajati, if that's Nikana Prime, it really doesn't matter. If it's Dex Nikana even, it really just doesn't matter. The disposition for Nikana Prime is awful. Not really worth having Rivens for. I'm just trying to roll. I happen to be getting a bunch of Rivens because of the fact that I'm trying to roll this special unicorn one right now for Dex Nikana. Basically, I'm trying to roll Corrupt Charge into a Riven with something else that's useful, like melee damage. That's all I'm trying to do. It's completely unnecessary. But it is a thing. Look at that. Notice you do status cleanse with Spellbind. So in these lower end missions, when you have this much health and a decent amount of armor, you're not going to get one shot. And you can status cleanse yourself before you potentially go down from it. Whenever I use this, I definitely immediately will miss just running Contagion. Because I'll run into scenarios like right there where I just want to throw a Contagion. Because it's just so much more versatile. That's where I would recommend getting the Zaw. And the Zaw is going to be the best out of all of them for that. It's going to scale the best. It's the most useful. One of the most useful things in a melee build is having a ranged ability, and Contagion is in fact a ranged ability built into a melee weapon. Yeah, I don't really feel like completing this one. Yeah, that is the key thing that DE has done a really good job at not doing, which is making a new Warframe that makes an older Warframe obsolete as just being like a drop-in upgrade. Like, I'm surprised they can still do it, because you think they have like there's 60-some Warframes now, and they still haven't done that. Like, that's impressive. Like, we got to give DE credit for that. As much as they'll ignore the fundamental problems with Excalibur that hopefully they actually have as part of their game plan and something on their docket, they seem to take forever to bug fix. Like, they don't have enough staff. You'd think sometimes one of the most popular free-to-play games on Steam would have enough staff to be like pretty quickly fixing bugs, but it's just not the case. They sometimes take forever to fix bugs. But that is seemingly the reality of the way things are. Oh, I haven't even looked at the Sentia. Is there anything useful? No, as usual. The Sentia is fun, but it's not like it's sort of like doing ETA EDA. I just don't really care to do it because I don't need any of the rewards from it. So if I feel like doing it, I'm doing it to have fun, not necessarily because I feel like I have to, which a lot of people feel like they have to do EDA, ETA.
Get your loadout ready, because once you're locked in,
Like, this one's not bad. Hell Scrubbers, like, exterminate defense. This is where sometimes I'll just do this.
Ready for a deep dive into cause? Got a set of crisis events lined up for you. Make sure we get a gold star on board.
And just LFG it. Do I think they should release Excalibur Prime to everyone? I think there's a fundamental problem with Excalibur, and there's multiple ways to fix that. Like, the fundamental problems being, if you don't want to run into the sentience bugs, you have to run base Excalibur. If you need the higher base stats of Excalibur Umbra, then you have to deal with the sentience bug. So then you're in this weird, like, limbo of not being able to, like, having to compromise on both versions of him. And if they refuse to fix the issue with Excalibur Umbra, like the core issue with Excalibur Umbra that prevents him from being fully useful, then the option, in my recommendation, would be to just re-release Excalibur Prime and do the things necessary to actually make that worth it for the people who still feel like that's a necessary exclusivity. I think most people would rather have a cosmetic variation. The people who say they don't probably don't realize that that's what they would rather have. Like, have instead of having a Warframe that they never play as exclusive, have a Signa, Syandana, Skin, all this other stuff that you get with heirlooms as exclusive. Keep the exclusive glyph. Like, I don't know, they could go buck wild with it to make it valuable and just modernize the Founders program. That's been my stance from the beginning. I think, though, they'll never do that. That's unfortunately the reality. I think they'll never actually fix, or no, they'll never release Excalibur Prime. Like, it would take, I don't know, it would take like some massive pressure for them to actually do that, and it'd have to be across the entire community, and you wouldn't be able to have it. You wouldn't have a single dissenter for that to occur. And I know at least several pretty vocal Grandmaster Founders that are extremely unreasonable, who are like the types that don't even like Exalted Blade. Bring back, like, genuinely, like, bring back the super jump. That's what they, like, genuinely think. No changes. Like, oh, okay. You're just unreasonable. I like to put it simply. So, but I don't think DE will ever do it unless there is, like, genuine, unanimous across the entire community outrage to do it. And it's such a extreme position right now that it's like an immediate censor on the forums, even talking about Like on the official forums, if you even lightly mention anything slightly tangential to Excalibur Prime, they'll just delete the thread or they'll lock the thread. It's like their excuse to just censor the argument entirely. So with that, it's like, unless they change that fundamentally, which maybe we'll see, I don't know. I've had a ticket in now for like almost 2 weeks on my posts just getting taken down without any like real cause, just getting taken down. I did report that, and the ticket's still open. It's been like pretty insane. I've got like 3 automated messages saying like, yeah, your ticket's there, and we're trying to get to it. Because there's definitely a case to show like a great example of forum moderators abusing their moderation powers, violating their own standards of conduct and quality, to put it simply. So that is the nature of it, and we'll see what the consequence of that is. That involves a moderator getting a little tap and maybe becoming less aggressive on censoring arguments about Excalibur or discussions about Excalibur, then that would be a good result of that. Or being reasonable when moderating discussions about Excalibur. Notice I am not host here. Just throwing that out there. I'm not host. So I'm hoping I run into a scenario where I get insta-downed, but one of the theories I wanted to test in running this build is if status immunity prevents me from running into the one-shot. Because I don't know how many people are running Spellbound, where you can get 100% uptime on status immunity. I don't know how many people are actually running that when they're running these types of builds. I guess if you have not a Clairvo, like an Inaros, if Inaros still gets one tap, then that would probably be a good example of a Warframe that shouldn't be able to get one shotted if it was status related and not just bypassing the code intermittently. There's only 3 of us? Okay. These are fun because they're like harder missions. And you can't really get level 400 enemies. So as long as the missions don't suck, sometimes I'll do them. Even if it's just bringing in my normal build and not, like, you don't have to run the equipment that it tells you to run. Some people don't seem to understand that. Like, you can do EDA, get the first 2 rewards, and then be content. Like, you don't have to full send the rewards. You can use a little bit of reason when it comes to selecting what you actually want to get. I didn't select any of the modifiers. I'm not using any of the equipment. I'm just kind of playing my normal build in it. And you will get rewards. You won't get as many rewards, but you will in fact get rewards for it. And if you want to do it later, if like you don't feel like doing it, but you want to do it with your normal build, then you can always do it later and get the rest of the rewards. I'm running out of energy. There's not enough enemies to attack. Well, here's probably why. Here's why I'm not getting downed. I don't know if someone pointed that out already. Because I have a Revenant in the group. That Revenant's going to prevent me from testing this build properly. The downside of having a Revenant in your group, if you're trying to test defensiveness of a build, you will probably not be able to. I'll just stay away from the Revenant. Which one is he? Shin? Shine? I'll stay away from him. I gotta drain the stacks, though. Yeah, I would say, Lamb, if you went to go buy an account that had a Founders Pack on it, you would probably get the account flagged and probably banned Like as soon as it sees like a password change, an email change, like all that stuff. Like they probably have pretty robust systems set up for that. It's not worth it. Just don't do it. Like don't do it. Like I would genuinely say if they made if in the current game you had the option to buy the Founders Pack. Like let's say they never locked it. They never locked the Founders Pack. And it was something you could always buy. It would probably maybe only have 10 to 15% of people that would buy it, especially going all the way up to the $250 tier. Like you think $250 is what it was to get all 3 of the weapons. Outside of people having like that novelty of it and like uniqueness, or for mastery rank, like the people that would be getting it are the people that are trying to have everything in the game. But the vast majority of people wouldn't buy it, even if it was available today. I think a lot of people that think that they would want to spend $250 just to get that. I'm not gonna say they're lying to themselves, but I would say reasonably most of those people wouldn't actually buy it if it came down to it. Like you think that's a lot of money to get obsolete equipment. The most reasonable one would be buying the $50 to get Excalibur. Like if you're an actual Excalibur main, if the pack never closed out, it would probably be worth buying Excalibur Prime in that scenario for $50. But still, there's enough, like, unfortunately, there is at least enough ways around some of the problems. It sucks, and hopefully they fix that, but there are ways around it right now that are adequate, unfortunately. I really wish it wasn't the case that you had to make compromises, but a lot of the builds that I run, if you can't run them on Umbra, you can run them on base Excalibur. You're still making compromises either way, and it really shouldn't be the case, but you at least can right now. Still, DE needs to fix it. It is in fact a problem, and it starts with identifying the problem, which is seemingly the worst part of it, is that actually identifying the problem and having the community understand the problem seems to be the barrier right now. Just people refuse to accept and understand that there is an actual problem here. They try to mitigate it or dismiss it. They'll literally acknowledge that there is a problem, but then dismiss the problem as in its validity. Like, that's probably one of the worst parts with the community. That hit 10 million on him. That was kind of surprising to see. These are pretty squishy enemies, though. My radio javelin is also critting in these missions like it usually does, which still doesn't make sense to me.
A mosh pit? You know, I can see the appeal.
Anyone ask?
I only have 1 stack. 2 stacks?
Culture is my life, my service, my everything, yeah!
Must have done a lot of damage to that. I don't know. Wasn't paying enough attention to really see how much damage I did to that thing. I know this build is level cap viable because I've literally ran it up to like level 9,000. It's like if it's working at level 9,000 as well as it was at level 2,000, then it's clearly going to be fine. I still do want to test as a client, though, with status immunity. What makes Excalibur Prime so special? The fact that he's the only no compromised version of Excalibur when it comes to build crafting. That's the only special thing about him. Otherwise, he should just be a cosmetic only variation of Excalibur. It shouldn't be a problem, to put it simply. Like it's been like 12 years. Excalibur isn't this niche sort of novelty warframe like he has been for a very long time. He's actually S tier. He is the best melee warframe in the game. So anyone who actually wants to play melee builds is basically having to compromise by playing base Excalibur or Excalibur Umbra. There's no solution. The only solution is to have played the game 12 years ago and given DE $50. At least. In the Founders Pack, specifically. Because, you could have given DE $50 by buying Raw Platinum, and that wouldn't have gotten you Excalibur Prime and any of the Founders items and rewards, and there's probably plenty of people who did that. Because I'll tell you, I didn't even know, when I first started playing, I didn't know there was a Founders Pack. I found out about it like halfway through playing through the beta. Otherwise, I probably would have just bought the $100 pack right off the rip, instead of buying like packs, like $10 packs, a few $10 packs of Platinum. This is all stuff I was able to look in my in my account history on Steam, since I've always played this game through my Steam account. It's what it's been like. It hasn't been linked to my Steam account, but it's how I've always played it. I've always played it through Steam. It's when I started playing it. It's how I've continued to play it. So all that purchase, the only thing that I've noticed doesn't show up in your purchase history is the Founders Pack. Since if I remember, that was only through the website. Like, you had to log into the Warframe website in order to buy it. And so it wasn't something that was in the Steam marketplace. Let me make sure I'm here for this guy before I get some RT. Like, the more I think about it, the more the more I'm reminded of what was happening in the beta. Because that's like, you think that's almost half a lifetime ago for me at this point. The actual Warframe beta. There's so much I've forgotten about it. Yeah, they added Warrior's Rest, and that kind of circumvents the issue, but luckily, just as an example, this build that I'm running right now, you could straight up put on Excalibur Umbra and be just fine. You just throw Warrior's Rest instead of Power Drift, and you're good to go. Because you're getting your knockdown immunity from... You're getting, like... Spellbind is fixing multiple problems. It's fixing your knockdown immunity, it's fixing the heat status, the magnetic... and slash procs that can very quickly kill you if you're not paying attention. The slash procs hurt. It doesn't take level cap for those slash procs to cap out at 500 per second, and that 4 seconds or so that you get of life goes by pretty quickly.
I was never much for math, but I trust that you are.
Well, I'm gonna grab the orb. I'm just gonna go full contagion here. I do need full combo though. Yeah, remember with Norman too, if you slam from operator, it gives you double combo. It's the opening slam thing. So that's what I'm doing. Like right here, hop into operator and then just quick melee, slamming at the ground, and you get double combo. So that doesn't help it does help you build, and then obviously Norman helps you maintain your combo pretty easily. 700 meters? Oh, okay. Yeah, back when I was last running this build, years ago, when you would go to slash dash a target, it wasn't to ever you never expected it to do usable damage. It was mostly just to close the gap and use it as a mobility tool after Veilbreaker specifically, which I think was like 2019, if I remember. Like those were about the same time frame. Yeah, it's been so long. All of that's on the internet somewhere. But it was mostly just used as a tool, like a tool to close a distance. Now, with especially this setup with Afflictions, it is able to one-shot enemies all the way to level cap. As long as they don't have Overguard and they get knocked down. That's the only requirement. Which is the vast majority of enemies in the game can be knocked down. Well, I'm going to be able to use Big Sword. Big Sword. Big Sword time. Oh, I have Arcane Revives, apparently. Forgot.
Good job we did this. There's a serious indifference cavity forming in early November. We better make extra sure to wish the Nightingales a happy birthday this year.
Just going full mobility here just to get the extraction as soon as possible. Might as well. Race you there. Difference between their melee? Does Wukong Prime surpass in melee? No, not at all. Just think about the kit. Like, if you like Wukong Prime's kit, there's no reason not to run them. If you like them, and you have a good build on them, and you prefer them, I'm not going to say that it's bad to run Wukong. But when you talk about melee-only kits, Excalibur has by far the most amount of tools. You think he's technically got 3, if not all 4 of his abilities are melee-based. So he really is like a melee Warframe. And the fact that his Exalted Weapon has the features that it has, including the waves, the heavy attack waves, like all of that, it just makes him dramatically better at melee-only. Not to say that Wukong's bad. It's just like, I think they're on a different. I think Excalibur for a melee-only playstyle is on a different tier. Like he's in a tier on his own. Like if you had a tier list for, melee-only Warframes, Excalibur is S+ tier, and then you have like the rest of the Exalted melee weapon, the rest of the Exalted weapon Warframes and stuff that are at like S or A tier, and then Kalervo's up there too at probably S tier. But he's mostly just a weapons host at this point. Kalervo used to be arguably the best, but then the Tekra Encore rework happened, and that is no longer the case. The difference between their melee is like Exalted Blade has these extra features to it. So like I'll just show you. I'll just show you an example of that. So I'm going to change my arcane right here. So this is the other advantage of this Contagion Persistence build. All I have to do is switch this. I don't even have to switch that if I wanted to run the build that you guys probably saw the build video on, where I'm not running Vazarin. Like I'm running Vazarin here and not Unaru for my Fallout variation. That's kind of one of those things I was testing. Right now, I kind of just prefer it. But I would still recommend. Running Unaru on Umbra. This is one of those differences here. Like I can run Pressure-Footed here. I can get the features of Vazarin, and then run that on Prime without consequence. Yeah. So I'll show you how ridiculous, like something you can't do on Wukong, because he just doesn't have those extra features on his Exalted Weapon. Like Exalted Blade has all of these extra crazy things, like the piercing, the infinitely piercing up to like 40 meters or so is how far the waves can go. I should actually write down that value because I always forget it. I'll like test it and then I'll forget it. Just get enough energy to get into Exalted Blade. So the nature of this is influence on Exalted Blade here. You're able to pierce the enemies and hit influence like 6 or 7 times on a single hit. And then I'm throwing these at pretty high speed because I have Warcry on. Notice I'm already at 50 stacks on my Arcane Blessing.
Life support on the way.
See, I don't, like, someone remind me or correct me if I'm wrong here, but Wukong can't do this.
I've delivered a life
Or you can just kill enemies through walls.
activating it will buy you more time.
Please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, though. So, like, in terms of exalted weapons, and then the fact that you have not only an exalted weapon, but you also have a pseudo-exalted ability, because Slash Dash is a pseudo-exalted ability. It is not like the rest. It's not like Core Whip, like the former pseudo-exalteds. It's technically really the only remaining pseudo-exalted ability in the game. It's the best way to describe it, even still. Yeah, this is just dumb. So I should really bring this to my next level cap run, especially if I'm not hosting it.
Life support incoming.
I think what'll keep this competitive is actually the viral. Like, I think the viral is more important than, not that I lead on. I think I do make it pretty obvious that you should run Panzer for some of these for the extra healing, but then also that viral really helps scale the damage high. In this case, the healing is actually useful. Like, the healing, like, I'll show here. Like, look at my health. Even though I'm running Vazarin,
I've delivered a
like, I'm able to stay... I can just health tank in Steel Path. Look at that. Even when my companion's down, it's still applying those quills, so it's still healing me. Like... That's why this build uses Blessing. Like, Blessing, some people might complain, well, why are you using Blessing? Why not Molt Augmented for more strength? This is why. This is why. We'll see how long this lasts, actually. Yeah, but it's like, yeah, what... Notice this. Like, do you really need that survivability? He has immunity, but so does Excalibur now. Excalibur does, in fact, have immunity now. Maybe before, you could argue he didn't have immunity. But then when they added shield immunity to his Slash Dash, the requirements really aren't that extreme. Like, look at this. Like, how long will this actually go for? I'm curious now. Even with my companion going down, it's still able to keep me alive. Like, this is kind of absurd. Thanks. I will say there's not a lot of competition for Excalibur mains from what I've noticed, especially people like me that have been playing the game for a very long time. I honestly haven't met a single person that has played Excalibur to the extreme level I have for so long. I've seen people that have like way more like time in mission than I have with Excalibur, even Excalibur Prime. But it's like a lot of those people don't buildcraft for them. A lot of them don't play this type of way. There's a lot of people that have Excalibur Prime and they just play him like a worse weapons platform.
consider extraction.
That's unfortunately the reality of it. I know so many people like that. There's even people that are very vocal about no changes on Excalibur that use him as a crappy weapons platform. Yeah, Blessing works with any Warframe. What makes Blessing so ridiculous on this build is the fact that... Here, we're going to keep Warcry up. We're just going to keep Warcry up, because I feel like my health started going down faster without Warcry up. And we're going to have Warcry up no matter what in this build. I'm not going to make memes or like jokes about Excalibur survivability, because its survivability is not simple. But I feel like this is a good demonstration of how tanky he can be when you build him right. And this is why, like, I get these questions: why Blessing and why Panzer? This is why. Okay, I want to get the Steel Essence. We're getting the Steel Essence though. I don't want to miss out on the Steel Essence. Okay. Oh yeah, luckily I didn't miss out on those Steel Essence because the double drop too. Thanks, Kitty. Kitty really, Kitty really put me on his back, or on her back this match, and keep me alive. Literally AFK'd, like basically AFK'd, and was able to keep myself alive. But that's why, like, people ask, and I get a lot of questions about, like, well, what if I do this or this on build variation? And it's like, if you prefer doing that, just do it. Like, if you think that there's something that you prefer better on a build, like if you want to run a different arcane, like you don't want to run Blessing, go for it. If it works for you, it works for you. But then I think that's a good example of a scenario where I use Blessing for a reason and I use Panzer for a reason, and that's a great example of how ridiculous it is. He's never procs Tandem Bond. I feel like, so this is another thing to note about Tandem Bond. I've noticed the behavior on it is different if you're hosting. So like Tandem Bond doesn't proc as much if you're not hosting, but even then it's like, out of all of the stances, the stance does matter, and I highly recommend just running protector posture. So I'm gonna top my T off and hover this, because I recommend every single Kavat should run exactly this. If you're using it in a melee only build like I do, just use exactly this. No variation, no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no room for improvement here. I wish I wasn't able to say that, but there is, like, this. Unless someone can find a reason to replace any one of these mod choices in here, this is just ridiculous on how this all sockets together. Swipe being the star of the show and why Kavats are better than Kubros. But I'm going to top my T off and leave this up here. Every single Kavat that I have has this build, because it doesn't care if it's a low status chance. It doesn't care if it's a high status chance. This just works on all of them. Old man noises. Okay. I have refilled my tea vessel. Yeah, Blessing on like C-Train, Blessing on a lot of stuff, but also keep in mind too, all you need is this in order to stack Blessing to full. Because the Quills will proc Synth Deconstruct like crazy. I think the the really niche thing, and this is probably just the best version of Influence. Like if I had to say what is the best like Exalted Blade only build, it's this. Like this is the best version of it, including Eternal War and Warcry and all that. I think this is the best version of it by like a mile. It's what I would recommend. There's some like weird stuff you can do, but when you start chopping away at stuff, you start losing some of the utility here. So like if I wanted to fit triple Umbral in here, I feel like you lose more than what you gain doing that. Like you could put like, instead of blessing, concentration, and then fit in, instead of like prime continuity, you could fit in another Umbral mod and then get more health. But then when you start getting to that, it's like, well, now you're running 2 Umbral mods. Why not run a 3rd Umbral mod? And then you start chopping away at some of the layers that this build has, where it's just not worth it. I still recommend, and notice how I have this set up on Prime. As much as it pains me to run a build with a red thing, I need to keep this Umbral polarity. I need to stop removing it. Game, I need to stop removing it. I keep removing the second Umbral Forma on Excalibur Prime. I probably put in like 20 Umbral Forma into Excalibur Prime, doing this kind of nonsense where it's like, oh, okay, I don't want to see this red. Let's remove it, put another Omniforma. I've done this even since Omniform was released. I've probably done that exact thing 6 or 7 times. Let's run exactly this. This is the same. Well, not exactly this, but you know, I'll show you on an Umbra. I think my influence setup is still set up for him for that. No, I change around this stuff and test stuff all the time. I think it's this war cry. No. I use Umbra for testing sometimes, so just keep that in mind. My Umbra is not always duplicated to my Prime. That war cry? No, it's not. Okay, I'm gonna fix it. I was trying like a persistence build here with Exalted Blade. Just wasn't worth it with Warcry. I don't know why this like freezes for a moment and acts all buggy. I blame Nvidia. It's their fault. This is kind of getting a little ridiculous. Okay, I fixed it. Stretch. Stretch is probably not even really worth it here, but if it fits, it sits. It's like, is it really worth the reduced starting energy? In the case of Umbra, no, because you can cast Warcry and pull out Exalted Blade and get enough attacks into targets to start dropping your universal orbs. I don't have in that other variation. I don't have that because I'm using Warrior's Rest, or I'm not using Warrior's Rest. I'm using Prime Sure-Footed and Vazarin. Yes, spend all of the Omniforma on Excalibur. The form I have on Prime. Frost is a cool warframe, but has a little problems. I've played Frost here. I had Frost as one of those warframes that I've used in some scenarios because it made sense in the time, and that was about it. I think I built him out. Like I've had Frost Prime since the beta, and the first time I actually genuinely played him was, I think, when ETA came out, or EDA. When EDA came out, because you had the mirror defense and you wanted to be able to protect the objective. And I got sick of losing that because no one brought Frost to be able to protect it. And so I was like, I guess I'll build out Frost. And so I built Frost out. Let me check again, make sure I'm actually making this build proper here. Yep. Now this is also a variation here. No, I know why I did this. Okay. You really just want as much attack speed as possible on this build. You could run Berserker Rage if you want to, but I don't like it. I don't like Berserker Rage at all. Berserker Rage is a bad mod. As much as people might say otherwise, I feel like those people don't use it, and rely on their attack speed as a fundamental part of their mobility. Just as a reminder, this is on melee kill. So if you're in a fight where there's no enemies to kill, you in fact lose this, and it is not fun when you lose that. So I'd rather have the non-conditional 55% rather than a conditional 70%. That extra 15%, not worth it. 90, like maybe 80% of the time you're gonna have this up, but that 20% isn't worth it for losing. It's just not worth it. I would even argue if you don't have Prime Fury here, just run Quickening instead. Quickening's that extra 20 combo chance is pretty valuable, and you don't lose that much. Only if you don't have Prime Fury. This is a viable alternative. We're gonna keep that there for now. So yeah, that's influence. That's why Exalted Blade is the best. Like, Exalted Blade is the best melee weapon in the game, to put it simply. Because you can run it like this. If you don't even want to use it, if you don't even want to use Exalted Blade, you can still use Slash Dash, and even at 250% strength, Slash Dash will one-shot level cap enemies because it is in fact using Exalted Blade. So it's not only the fact that it's the best exalted melee weapon in the game, but it's also it's technically two exalted weapons or two exalted abilities because Slash Dash is in fact a part of that. So it's yeah, in this build, in most of these builds, like you think about this one right here, all four of Excalibur's abilities are melee abilities. Slash Dash, melee. Warcry, melee. Radio Javelin, because of Furious Javelin, melee ability. And then obviously Exalted Blade. That speaks for itself. So some very important things to understand, I think. Going back to Contagion. I don't think, like, I'll be honest, I don't think this build is better than that Fallout Influence build. I think the Fallout Influence build is better than this. This is just another way that I like to play the game. You know, I play the game in multiple ways, and I have fun doing it that way. Just keep that in mind. What I could do here, actually, this might be fun to as a meme around with. I should run Narvin. So I'm wholly reliant on my companion and sheer willpower to survive right here. I don't have Bazra and I don't have Unaru. This is something you can't do on Umbra without sacrificing knockdown immunity, which is probably not worth it. Unfortunately. Let me make sure I do the one thing I need to actually fix for that. Conjunction survival's up. Do more sorties. Or more of these. So Slash Dash is a pseudo-exalted of Exalted Blade now. So it used to be whatever your drawn melee weapon was. That's the important thing to understand, is it used to scale off of your drawn melee weapon. And your drawn melee weapon was, by default, your equipped melee weapon, or Exalted Blade when drawn. But it didn't have any base stats. It had 0%, 0%, 1x. And the only two things that they changed about Slash Dash was that they gave it 15x, 15x, 2x baseline. And then they forced scaled it off of Exalted Blade in terms of mods. But its combo still scales off of whatever your drawn melee weapon is. Like, it doesn't have its own combo. That's why I think it's still best accurately described as a pseudo-exalted. Like, I don't think it's best to describe... I still don't think it's best to describe it as, like, one of the new type exalted melees, because it's not. Like, it's simply not. If it was an exalted melee, it would have its own mod, like its own ability to be modded. It would also have its own combo. but it doesn't. Slash dash does not have its own combo. So that's the important things. That's where, like, I think still describing it as a pseudo exalted is the best way to explain how it works. Yeah, give me that lethal levitation. Is that 4 stacks? I don't even see the stacks. There it is. Yeah, so there's the 4 stacks. I am host, but like I said, they fixed that. For those who didn't see that in the patch notes. If I don't have Arcane Fallout, what can I swap it for? Well, in the case, if you don't have Arcane Universal Fallout, then simply run this, but don't run Radiation. So put like an electric mod in there instead of Radiation. And then you can kind of run whatever at that point. Like it really doesn't matter. You could run whatever Arcane you want. You could run Strike, you could run Fury, you could run Molt Augmented. It really doesn't matter at that point. You can even run Concentration if you really wanted to. Arcane Concentration. Or another defensive Arcane. There's a lot of options you could run. But I think the key thing and the key synergy here is the fact that you get basically infinite orbs. Like, you're continuously dropping orbs. That's where Narman is actually viable here, because you could just be spamming abilities the entire time. And you're gonna have infinite energy, and it's gonna scale. Your energy gained is gonna scale based on how long the enemy survive, because then they're more likely to get 10 stacks, and you're more likely to therefore get the orbs to drop. So like Fallout, this Fallout variation like has a positive feedback loop to it based on enemy scaling, especially when if there's a bunch of enemies that haven't died yet, and then you have tons of targets within your range to then Furious Javelin off of, and then they will in fact die after that. So a lot of the problem, like a lot of the end game problems, level cap type problems that you could run into with Universal Fallout influence variation, you can fix by simply Furious Javelin, by using game mechanics. Right, Kitty? Oh, Kitty, you're okay. Meow. Who's a good kitty? She is so soft. She is so soft that it should be like I don't know, a hazard. Should have a little sign on her that says "too soft for human comprehension." All right, kitty. Here you go. That's celebrity cameo right there. Also, some of the other downsides of these other builds, so like in comparison to an Exalted Blade build, one thing that does annoy me, and this is such a trivial problem, but it does annoy me, when you have mission restrictions, like you have equipment restrictions, so circuit and all that stuff, a build that requires you to run Dual Liquor, or requires you to run Contagion and all that stuff, simply isn't viable. So in comparison, you always have Exalted Blade in an Exalted Blade build as a backup. So an Exalted Blade build is pretty mission agnostic. And that's a feature. It's definitely a feature of this type of build. Oh, I do have a Wisp in this group, so my attack speed is a little absurd.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Get lethal levitation up. Got 3 stacks. Which 3 stacks, like having lethal levitation full stacked on Exalted Blade on this build is pretty absurd. Like 200% with the amount of base damage this build has
and prepare for enemy
is definitely worth considering. Where am I going? Look at me being the slow one here. Mostly.
location reached. Drop me in and defend our position. I'm in, Tenno.
A lot of times I'll stop running. I ran this for quite a while to harden this build and understand its limitations and all that, and I got pretty bored with how simple the gameplay is of this. That's why I pulled out my Contagion build, and it's like, okay, well, what's the opposite of simple when it comes to the layers and the complexities involved? And my Contagion build is pretty complex, because there's so many features built within it, like Contagion, Tennokai, just normal melee attacks. It's a lot of fun. But it definitely isn't the best build, but it is a build that is as capable as the rest, and is worth trying if it seems interesting and seems fun for you. Like the nature of this one, all you do is just melee and then hit Furious Javelin when things aren't instantly dying and you can actually hit them with Furious Javelin. Like I said, it's kind of a self-correcting issue. If they're not dying, Furious Javelin, they will in fact die. From where to get that 153 amp, that one, this is in fact a 153. So if you look at the matrix, it's on the wiki, or if you Google like amp or such, exactly what 153 is, which is like Raplock, Exard, and Lowren is what that one is, if I remember correctly. If I've memorized that at this point, that is a 153. And if you get 100% amp efficiency, you can do this, and it's a lot of fun. And nuking the map is easily done. Just started playing Warframe. Now you're an Umbra main. I don't blame you. I'll be honest. I think the gunplay in this game isn't that great. Like, there's a lot of cool guns in this game, but if you start playing melee only and you get really good at it, it's enjoyable enough to basically do nothing but play melee only for an excess of 12 years, which is exactly what I've done. And it's only gotten better over those 12 years. Like, they've never made melee worse, I think. There's been some things that they've changed, like channeling. Channeling, unfortunately, was a really cool way to get self-healing that I used to use a while back, where you'd be able to channel buff. It was like think of Exalted Blade being able to empower with a drain per second. Channeling was in fact that, and there was a bunch of mods that used to buff channeling, and one mod that used to buff channeling that was basically required if you were running a build like this was Lifestrike. So Lifestrike used to not heal based on heavy attacks, it used to heal while channeling. And so you would have all this, you would start channeling, and you would have just guaranteed lifesteal, and a very powerful lifesteal, because I think the percentage was the same. I don't think they changed the percentage. Or if they did, it was still really good. It was like maybe 5% before. I don't know. That was so long ago. That was probably the only change that they made. The only time where I think they might have removed and made melee slightly worse. I kind of wish channeling was an option. In my opinion, it would be really cool if Exalted Blade wasn't a like channeling type ability if there was like a press and a hold function. But if you held it, you could empower your sword with the same features. So like Exalted Blade wasn't like a drawn channeling ability. It was a weapon that you could always draw, and it would have a lesser form unless you channeled and activated it. But then you could also just channel and activate your equipped melee as well. Like, there's some cool stuff they could do. There's plenty of interesting ideas on how to change things, but still, it's the probability of any of them ever happening is so low. But probably the only example I can think of where the game probably got slightly worse was when they removed melee channeling, because I did actually like that mechanic. Yeah. I could see why they removed it, though. I really wish that Vexoric was buffed as a melee weapon, but it's not. Because you think if Vexoric scaled off a Furious Javelin, that would be a lot of fun.
Start by removing the cooling cells. My intel suggests there are rich enemy supply caches.
Usually on these missions, I'll go for caches, because I'm pretty good at finding them. I think most of the spots, and so I'll let everyone else do the objective, and I'll find caches. We'll see. We'll see how stupid I seem after saying that. And a 1 cache.
Found the first resource cache. I'm detecting 2 more faint hints.
I don't think this ever has anything in it. I think there's sometimes one back here.
The reactor is going into stasis.
I won't hold up the mission, though, when I do this.
Use whatever you can to make sure
If
it never
the
falls again.
mission's complete and I've only found one of them, then I just head to extraction. I'll usually check some of the really quick spots on the meanwhile, though, like on the way there. Like some of the obvious ones. I don't think I checked over here. I don't think there's ever been anyone down below there.
Fuel cell reinserted. When the reactor is restarted, this will trigger a meltdown. Destroy the fuel injectors. The reactor has gone critical. Get to extraction.
Oh no, the reactor is critical.
Beware, Tenno. This ship is experiencing reduced gravity and
Yeah, like I said, if I only find one in the meanwhile, I don't hold up the mission trying to find more. But I will check a few spots on the way there just in case, because there's some like really simple spots that are easy to see. Give people that too for free.
They fought well. Good deaths all.
Oh no. Yeah, the Uranus caches are the worst. They are definitely the worst. Those are pretty miserable because it's like you could have them in the Arcwing areas, and it's not worth it. Usually what I would do, though, on caches is if you spawn into Uranus, the very first room, there's like a probability to have 3 caches right in that very first room. So sometimes I would do that for sortie unlocking. Where you spawn in and then you just... I don't want to do a hijack. Screw that. Did I get anything good? Well, look what I got. We got ourselves an Excalibur Prime for this. Get me some Kuva. Might as well. I don't need any of those. I gotta make sure my 0 build is actually good. I'm trying to think. There was something I was gonna run. Oh, I was gonna run my Nourish build. Okay. We're gonna fix this. I was gonna run my Nourish build because you can actually get you you can actually get your your radio javelin to one shot very easily in this. I'll make sure I didn't break all my builds doing that, though. You do a circuit. I'll probably get off after I do this circuit up to an hour. I can solo that if need be. Okay, so that build works still. When you switch around the order of things, it doesn't switch around. Like, see here, I had to reselect and fix it. So I just make sure I do that before I continue. So I don't forget when I have a messed up build. So the key here is getting as much range as you can. So I'm trying to think of how I was going to do this. I think I was just going to get rid of Blind Rage. Then get rid of that. Run Avenger. Oh no, I don't think I needed Avenger, because if I run Avenger, it doesn't matter actually. Get strength. Because reminder, in Circuit, you can get an insane amount of strength. You don't need strength in your build. So then this was the solution of just get rid of Blind Rage, put on Overextended, increase max range, absolutely max range on the build. And then you will get strength when you're in Circuit. You can get like 1100% strength easily in Circuit. Oh, let me fix that real quick before I forget. Oh, we're going to give ourselves Cloud. Just dummy check real quick. The key thing to know about Nourish in Circuit is that you can get more energy than what you spend with a high enough strength and a very particular decree. There's a decree that gives you 25% refund on energy. As long as this multiplier, energy multiplier, is 4x or higher, you will get more energy back than what you spent on casting the ability. It is as dumb as it seems. I just want to make sure I have all of the things. Yeah, I want expertise because we're going to make our shields actually useful here. And then just in case, I've got this as a backup, but we're going to be spamming Radio Javelin. Oh, that's what I was going to do. I remember. Okay. So one thing I wanted to test was, this gives me crit chance pretty reliably. But I wanted to test if giving yourself crit chance from that and getting the double crit damage is doubled actually applied to the base 1x that exists for Radio Javelin. Because this is a base 1x, so unless you have some way to give it raw crit damage, like from Tenacious Bond or from this arcane crap from this guy, unless you're able to do this and give it that plus final crit damage, kind of like how Tenacious Bond works, then Radio Javelin doesn't have any crit damage. But I think, if I remember correctly, the crit damage is doubled did apply to this. But that was one thing I wanted to test. It's basically no harm in me giving it crit chance in this scenario. Overframe Excal builds. At one point, I did make an overframe build way a long time ago before I made YouTube videos, and I did not like the platform. I didn't find it very good. It didn't seem like it gave you what you really needed, and that's that. Oh, I remember what I was going to do. I was just going to get rid of Furious Javelin and then get Blind Rage, but in this case, it doesn't matter. I feel like having Furious Javelin as an option is better. I don't even think I looked at actual melee weapons to see if there was anything useful. I have a duplicate build on that. I think on Azethane I actually have something moderately set up. Yeah, we'll pull out Azethane. And I could not care for the rest. I wish it would have just let me not equip primaries and secondaries here. But that's not the case. See right here, I'll refund 25% ability spent. But I also need this. But this one, I would rather have right off the rip. Since this scales off of... That scales off of Nourish. So if you have that... So like here, we'll see if we can do it. Like, look at how little energy I'm losing. Also, I guess having Furious Javelin helps because I don't even need to. I don't even need to use my equip melee. I can just have slash dash scale insane amounts, and I won't even need energy nexus here very soon as long as I get enough strength, because I'll just be refunding more energy than I spent. Where's the decree fragments? Oh, they are. Might as well. I don't need combo in this either. I don't have any combo scale slash dash damage, but it's gonna not matter very soon. Look at how look at my range on this. Let me actually show this without dying. 66 meter range. So you notice that I don't have any crit damage, so it hit a 208 when it crit and when it didn't crit. Only 1x crit damage multiplier means you do the same damage that you would otherwise do.
Predicting life support drop point.
I don't care if these guys leave, I'm staying. Taking this all the way until it's unbearable. Which usually involves a level 2000 or so excavation.
Must not be squandered.
This is what I get for not maintaining things up. I need to get a lot more strength to scale the damage higher before I can pull out Exalted Blade. That's a skill issue right there. Because I need energy nexus until I get more strength. There's a particular decree that sacrifices weapon damage for strength. It's one of the corrupted ones. That one doesn't appear to reduce the damage, weapon damage on exalted weapons. It seems to be only your normal equipped weapons that it reduces, and so it's a very good option for exalted warframes. Even if it does reduce the damage, it doesn't reduce it anywhere close to the increase in strength that it gives. Why?
This struggle goes on for as long as you can stand.
Also, the problem I've seen with Overframe is a buddy who started playing this game again. When he would go on Overframe to find builds, he could really never find anything that great.
The means to extract them. You must protect the excavator.
I don't really think it's set up that great, to be honest. So this is actually really nice, because I think this is, if I remember, this is plus to base. Plus 10 crit chance to base, and it works for slash dash. So you could be casting slash dash and start red critting with it, which is really fun. AC 130 above. Oh. AC 130 too high. Okay. Usually there it is. Just memorize all the decrease spawns and you'll never forget one. We're pretty much at full health, 5 energy per second, while I also have Nexus. Spam Radio Javelin this early. It won't do much damage. It'll start hitting in the millions once we get more strength, though. And with having basically max range, almost max range. You know, I didn't use the Exilus, the drift mod that gives you strength or gives you range, but I didn't think that was worth it. Yeah, I don't think the Overframe is set up in a way that helps you really explain the builds that well. That's where I think YouTube as a medium is just better at doing that. Like, I can show you how a build works, because this game is more nuanced than just copy and paste build and it works. It's not like a game like Diablo. There's a lot of... I think my Excalibur builds are probably a great example of that. There's a lot of nuance to them and a lot of things to explain on how they work and synergize, and even how you ideally should play it. Especially when you're talking about a more fringe playstyle like melee only. Yeah, see, now I'm orange critting already. All I got was one of those 10% crit chance. Because each of these hits count as melee hits, and so you start stacking it, and it stacks it as you're chaining to enemies. So you could get to, like, exclamation red, as long as it chains long enough. Like, it doesn't seem to have a cap. The difference of him having Overguard versus not Overguard is literally the difference of a one-shot or not. The thing about afflictions. Oh, I should let them kill it. Should stop killing them around that extractor. Yeah, there's so much in this game. So I played WoW for 15 years, and it's arguable that this game has more layers than even a game like WoW, because of the fact that you're probably not playing just one character. Like, you're probably playing one character for a very long time in WoW, and World of Warcraft to be more specific. You're probably playing one character for a long time. If you're a weirdo like me, you actually played one character for 15 years, which I feel like you guys probably would understand based on how I play Warframe. See, this is actually worthless for me, but it's better because it's a 0 rank, and so I might as well get it out of the way. Same with this one. Might as well get it out of the way. But in this game, it's like most of the time, historically, this has been the case. You don't want to just play one Warframe, or you can't just play one Warframe. You kind of have to learn a couple. They are a lot simpler than classes in World of Warcraft and complexity. But World of Warcraft kind of has simple layers that have stayed consistent for a long time. This game has had evolving layers over the years on how you're supposed to do stuff. Think like each layer of builds, you go from mods to arcanes to primed mods, corrupted mods, galvanized mods, like augments. Think of how complex augments are. There's a lot of interactions that aren't obvious that you have to test or you have to look up to learn. That's where, like, my Afflictions build is probably the worst example of that, or the best example of that, to say as well. Where, like, Afflictions on Exalted Blade has these, like, mind-blowingly good interactions that make it just the best version for Exalted Blade in general. Like, Influence is great, but Influence works on everything. The way Afflictions works on Exalted Blade does not work as good as it does on Exalted Blade as it does on every other weapon. I think that's kind of the example there. Like, sure, you could argue you could argue that because the waves are piercing, and kind of what I was describing with Influence, on the fact that Influence can proc like 6 times per attack, or 10 times, or 30 times per attack, is probably similar tier to that, but I feel like the Afflictions is a lot less obvious, and it's this extra nugget of information that just completely evolves the way you build Excalibur when you start using it. And there's a reason why, like, probably the vast majority of my builds actually use Afflictions on Exalted Blade, because it's just so much more interesting. Definitely, though, out of the options for Influence on Exalted Blade, that variation I was showing earlier is just a lot of fun. The variation where you're... Ooh. Okay, we'll get rid of that one. And we get this one. The variation where you're running Radiation for Universal Fallout is just... It's so good. It's so ridiculous. That was a build variation that as soon as I saw the ability, or as soon as I saw the Arcane, I, like, bought max ranks of it and got it day 1 max rank, because it was like, okay, if this works, and this works as it expected to, this is insane. And unfortunately for me, it was actually bugged, so it seemed like it sucked, or it didn't work. It didn't work initially on Exalted weapons when they added Universal Fallout. So it seemed like it was a failure, and then they fixed that, and then I made one of my build videos about it. It was one of my earlier build videos. It's the first version of Fallout Influence, which I think was it was a pretty obvious combination, but it was definitely a popular video in comparison. I don't know, maybe it wasn't as obvious as I thought. But that's just me playing Excalibur in this way for a very long time. So things that are obvious to me might not be obvious to the average player. That's why I make build videos, I guess. Yeah, Excalibur is definitely... there was only a short period where I played Excalibur for cope. Of like, I played Excalibur, so I'm going to keep playing Excalibur, and he wasn't the best Warframe to build, or like to do the thing I was doing with him. There was a very short period of that, and that was, like I said, very short period. And it was because Rhino was better for some time at doing melee only. It was like one of the times where I actually really didn't play the game that much, if I remember correctly, too. Like the 2015, 2016 sort of time frame. or Excalibur was pretty bad. Or it was after the Radio Javelin nerf. It was whenever after that whole nerf happened, where he was pretty bad. I fortunately, or unfortunately, I guess, wasn't around to actually abuse that meta. I was busy not being on land for extended periods of time.
Let this victory serve as a warning. Duviri is defendant.
He's playing Garuda. Garuda gets very powerful in this.
Later. But leave you must, for the Undercroft is inexhaustible.
Yeah, overframe as a tool for build crafting does make sense, but then at the same time now, there's a reason why I have 100 and some Forma into Excalibur Prime, because I spent a long time actually like testing those builds and spending the Forma to actually test them in mission rather than just theory crafting them in a tool. Because like you can do that without needing the tool. To put it simply, it's one of those skills. It's one of those skills you learn over time of not needing a tool like that to build craft. Omniforma sort of make that argument even worse now. In a world where you can have Omniforma, things like Overframe's build crafting tool is just not useful. But I have a coworker friend who played this game that used it quite heavily. That's the extent of experience I have with it, of watching him use the tool.
Cut the enemy forces down. Take the amphors and hurl them at the crucible. Elemental force. Create another.
The melee overguard is actually really nice. Doesn't work through slash dash. Slash dash does not give you immunity to overguard. Fun fact. Oh, that's why my... Forgot. It just burnt like a toxin. Forgot that when I alt fire, and I have it as my operator, I lose my little alchemy thing that I picked up. I think these guys already grabbed decree fragments too. This round. I don't see any in the normal spots, I'm going to assume so. I lose count of decree fragments, especially when someone else grabs them. Usually I'm the person grabbing them all the time. Oh, okay, so we did not. Okay. Good to know. Oh no. 20% resist. Okay, so that's marginally useful. You definitely can't rely on that. That is not a 20% chance is not reliable to say you can't run Spellbind. That's my obviously my opinion, but I will die on that hill. Maybe I need to turn up my sound so I can actually hear this decree fragment. It's probably there's a spot like right here. Oh. These guys were smart and waited. I commend them for their...
Imagine the long-departed scholar
Well, we're gonna get extra rolls.
Wielded his crucibles today. It is my duty to make extraordinary demands of exceptional people. History dictates that this Tenno asset was destroyed in a grave setback to the cause. Let us rewrite that event. The enemy musters for a fresh assault.
There's one of them that'll be nice. Because I'm pretty sure that does actually apply to slash dash. The melee attacks hit twice. Hit red exclamation crits with slash dash. That decree is real nice. Oh, yeah. Permanently grants them lifesteal? Okay.
Already a new onslaught
Good to know.
begins.
Yeah, Sancti Magistar is definitely a really cool one. It's always been more interesting to me. I've had Incarnate Adapters on both for a very long time because it was a really good slash dash stat stick until I figured out status chances was actually better. Like that was the thing I made a ton of platinum off of, was selling stat stick ribbons for more niche options for people that understood. For especially Excalibur, the best thing for you to do was to get a really high plus status chance evolution and use Raffle Advance. So then you could just ignore crit chance on ribbons. You could ignore things like Magistar and use a lot more versatile options. Like Dual Ichor. Dual Ichor was Excalibur's best stat stick for slash dash before the rework, because you'd run Raffle Advance and that would give you, you know, in the case 300% crit chance baseline, that would be added baseline to slash dash, and then you would get 34% base status chance that would then multiply it up to like 200, 250 or so, whatever the math came down to on that. That's where I made a lot of platinum from, because it was something that wasn't, it was a little more niche, but the people that knew it clearly wanted to spend a lot of platinum to buy those types of ribbons. And a lot of it was like plus damage, plus crit chance, or it was plus damage, plus crit damage, and then like an element, because that was what scaled the best for it. And it wasn't like you were stat sticking exclusively with that melee weapon. It's not like I built Dual Ichor to be only a slash dash stat stick. It was the fact that I was able to use it both as an equipped melee and also as a stat stick. Like, it was a dual purpose without sacrificing utility in either direction. That was like, that was the real key thing that I figured out before. And there was at least enough people that also figured that out. You know, this is before I was making videos on these sorts of things. Orcs on defense targets getting lifesteal. How does... I guess... does that work for, like, the swordy guys? So back, like, the Furus that could lifesteal. Okay, here we go. No, we want this one. I'll get a lot of the one-ranked ones, because the one-ranked, if I get a rare roll on it, then all of a sudden that rare roll turns into a 3. And so then I can get rid of it. Like, get rid of it as an option. In this case, I just feel like grabbing this one, because I don't want this. I actually don't want this decree at all. That decree can that decree can screw me. The same with the reduced. Same with the reduced efficiency, like the efficiency efficiency one. I don't want those. Those don't help me. They only hurt me because it prevents me from generating as much shields as I could.
A breach has been sealed. Excellent work. Fight on. Close the ruptures as you would staunch the wounds of a comrade. The Void Angels are unrelenting. You are all
My baseline energy regeneration is kind of nuts.
fast.
I still need that extra strength though. Yeah, Sancti Magister are really cool. I almost feel like they just never fixed the bug that allows it to give lifesteal, because I don't remember that being a part of like a baseline feature, but it's always been the feature where you're able to get lifesteal just innately in its incarnate mode. Like, it doesn't feel intentional, but at this point, it must be.
Will be freed. Do not allow that to happen.
Wow, the range on this is not very good. At least how I have it modded.
The smallest breach
Oh, I just one-shot him.
may become a gaping wound. Thanks to you, that will not now happen.
There we go.
Do not expect me to tell you.
This is no longer an option.
Judge for yourself. Endurance is defiance. Prove you can endure the Undercroft at its most oppressive.
There we go. Double status damage, which also does apply to Slash Dash, or Radio Javelin. So this also spreads when you get the spreading one. That does in fact work. And like I said, I'm pretty sure that double crit damage does work. Like, that might be the only way in Steel Path Circuit, other than using like evade, in order to get stealth, try to get perma stealth with that. That might be the only way to do it. I'm gonna go plus up my T while we're in this real quick. Yeah, looks like I went down. Everything's fine. Yeah, hairline between a bug and a feature in this game, definitely. That's one of those annoying things with, it still annoys me to this day. In the 1999 patch notes, when they considered /dash not having immunity to shields being a bug. Like, always been that way. But apparently it's a bug. Not an issue anymore, thankfully. My energy gets low, all I have to do is just decast Exalted Blade. My energy starts screaming. Since I have like 7 or like 8 energy per second multiplied by Nourish, even with my really crappy Nourish right now. look at how little damage I'm doing in comparison to this Garuda, who's probably integer capping every single one of these enemies at this point. It's like I'm hitting the millions and I don't even have double digit. This Garuda is probably hitting integer cap with every single blood altar or every single one of her blood balls. I'm pulling Exalted Blade. This Azethane sucks. It's also not even fully modded, so not anything against Azethane. It's just not even fully modded. At some point, I used Azethane. I was like, okay, this stance really sucks. Hopefully they fix it, which I think they were supposed to at one point fix Azethane. But I feel like they've talked about that, fixing Wise Razor. There we go.
Secrets lie buried.
More rare decrees. I will take that.
Paradox provides the means to extract them. You must protect the excavators and keep them powered.
Probably under. Look at that. Pro gamer right there. I'm gonna get rid of that one. I can actually proc finishers pretty easily here, but it's not worth for every single ability procking a finisher. I don't have anything really worth snapshotting. It's not like I have Warcry. Warcry would be worth snapshotting with that, but I don't even have that this time around. Because I can do this. And boom. Extra strength.
To extract them. You must protect the excavators and keep them powered. Extractor deploying.
No, I could use Slide Blind. So useful. You could technically do this. Snapshot into Exalted Blade. Looks like I can't leave these guys alone.
Within the undercroft, the paradox provides the means to extract them. You must protect the excavators
Oh boy.
and keep them powered. Extractor deploying. Excavator lost. Your work wasted. Secrets lie buried deep within the undercroft. The paradox provides the means to extract them. You must protect the excavators and keep them powered. Extractor in place.
As a reminder, Radio Javelin does in fact act like hit markers when you get the slash proc on them. It's the best way to find enemies with Excalibur. You Radio Javelin from above, and then you just see where the hit markers are. The slash procs. Like right here. Oh, there was an enemy there. There's a bunch of enemies over here. I can just kill them through the walls if I want to.
Extractor in place. Excavator is severely damaged. Protect
That's
it
not bad.
or lose it. You allowed the enemy to destroy an excavator. Extractor charge expended.
Usually when you go over on excavators in this, you will actually get a resultant for in the next wave. So that's if we get 100 here, we can get into the next round. That will be a lot more difficult with a lot more than just 0.
New void treasure may now be extracted.
Hey. That was rude.
Extractor deploying. Your excavator is on the brink of destruction.
Oh no.
Excavator lost.
We didn't get the extra. I think Contagion does proc it. It's I don't remember if I've isolated that or not, but it seems like it does.
Here for the taking.
I'd have to sit there and sim and test it to really say definitively, but it definitely feels like it does.
Confront the maddened ones who walk the undercroft, the shadows of armies that do not yet exist. Ensure they never become fully real.
Alright, please give me strength, game. I think I can actually take this one. It doesn't break anything. More strength. Yeah, the important thing I need to see is my nourish. No, it's only 1.7. Oh boy. I have like no power strength right now. I need that corrupted one that gives me 500% or like 600% or something. What a waste. I can reroll. I should probably try rerolling to try to get that one at this point. But I keep getting ones that are worth it. Like I haven't gotten a decree yet that I'm like, okay, I should probably reroll that. I might run into that. I might just burn it and see. Such a fast one. I'll be so fast once I, like I'm telling you, haven't needed to re-roll. Not like one of the big ones right there. Like a hawk finding these things. I already found it right there. All right, here we go. Finally. There you go. Here, I'm going to re-roll this one, okay? Even though I kind of want to select that. I don't need that.
Strike while it's down. The foe flees before your onslaught. Hunt it down. Seek out what
We're going all the way. Increase damage by 10% for every 100 health. No. We're just burning them. I'm doing it. And trash. Now this one's actually pretty good on critical hit. That'll actually give me useful attack speed now. Yeah, once I get that the corrupted one that gives you strength, I will be just fine. My build will be full power. Even though right here, oh my goodness, look at the damage. The damage fluctuates so crazily. Oh, okay. I'm not gonna have anything to last grasp on, aren't I?
On for as long as you can stand. Crucibles, bizarre contraptions left behind from the time of Scholar's Landing. Master their alchemy to understand the elemental forces you wield. Locate a crucible. Your enemies hoard the amphors the crucibles need. Retrieve them. When heat and cold crash together, the blast elemental force is created.
Hey, grab the thing. Heroes never die. Thankfully, I'm not the only person grabbing decrees. Alright, full crit damage. Slash dash will hit like an absolute monster now.
Find an amphor and throw it at the crucible.
You think it was probably smart for me to wait to use my rerolls until after I had picked up the, like, 50% more likely to get rare? That probably helps. Because I would imagine those rerolls probably have a higher chance of getting rare once you have that, in comparison to before it. Did not help me in getting the one that I'm looking for, but that is fine. I will get it eventually, probably. Yeah, I don't know what killed me there, to be honest. It's probably the beam. Replay. Replay is possible when I'm streaming like this. That is a convenient feature here. Didn't mean to do that. Oh, I didn't mean to do that again. Big dumb. Big dumb.
Gas crucible. Seek heat and toxin amphors.
Where's heat? I'm actually holding on to heat. It's like I thought I picked one up. $135K. And that's with no strength. Basically no strength right now. 135K right there. I'm wondering if I am actually getting crit chance on it now.
Remain unbroken.
I'd have to be able to hit the same enemy to find out. Yeah, it's buggy. Like, it'll sometimes show it, but sometimes it won't. I'm still going. What's nice is you can fail these and be just fine. If I get to an excavation, though, I'm probably not gonna do an excavation, even if I don't get what I'm looking for.
Asset is destined to be destroyed by hostile forces. Intervene and change its fate.
Definitely don't want that. I'm just gonna get double drops. This is where you definitely don't start the objective before you get to decrees. Because defense can get kind of tight with all those Rax enemies. Oh, I heard it. Haha. Can't hide from me. Time to find out. My strength is pretty poor, because you look at my max. My max shields is based on my strength. So my strength is pretty... My strength's pretty trash right now. All I need is that one decree, and we'll be fine. I'm trying to think, can I heal this thing with this? I think I can. It's not its shields, though. Yeah, my strength is only 207%. That's how great my strength is right now. If I really worry, I can actually Bazarin, use my big bubble thing to heal it. That'll heal it at Mach 10 pretty much, because it stacks with the Void Sling or Protective Sling. Where are these guys? What are you doing down here? What level am I going to? I'm just gonna take it as high as I can until I run into like probably the next excavation. I'm trying to hopefully getting a decree that basically scales my damage to one shot nuke the entire map with radio javelin, because I'm at max range too. So you sacrifice a lot of strength in order to do that. Just give it as much range, because you can get so many sources of strength from decrees, but you can't get any range from decrees. So when you build, and it's even in building for it, you just switch out some of your mods for it. All right, we're doing it. This is where things get fun. You can see how much it heals the objective. Also, if I got one of those sources of armor, like the health orb one that I don't think I picked at one point, because I picked something better, I'd get more armor, and therefore I'd be able to get more strength from the 2 decrees that I do have that give you that. Yeah, Spellbind is a little... It's a little annoying. Like, it's hard to tell when it's actually up. So that's where I think in that build, you have so much energy. Like, your energy economy is so good. Because really it comes down to, you could get away without running increased max energy, but then you're kind of too tight for comfort in some scenarios. And then there's nothing else better. That's kind of the most important thing to understand. There's really nothing better to put in the mod slot other than Archon Flow. Like, you could put Blind Rage there, but then you're running into the same issue where it's like you're making your energy economy worse while reducing your max energy. And then I don't think it's worth losing that over like transient fortitude because you also need that duration. So there's really nothing better to put in that slot than... Oh wow, look at that. There you go. It went from 30,000 to nothing. I just watched that happen. But luckily, if you do that, then there's no consequence to it. Like you stop at the last one. They fixed that a while back. Probably could have saved Vazarin for the last wave, but all right, let's get my Kuva.
That's all from me.
Fix my build too before I forget to do it. Impetus and Blind Rage for overextend. There we go. Okay, build fixed. But just as an example, I'll go back to this. So I got this. I got a question in the comments about this. So you could run 1 or 2 max energy shards, but then you would make Archon Flow not necessary. And so what do you have that you can replace Archon Flow with? Well, if the answer is like extra strength, then it's like, well, this is less valuable than Archon Flow and 2 Archon shards. Like this scales less than that. You don't need the secondary effect of it. Okay, so what else? Equilibrium, unnecessary. Like you don't need this in order to get energy. You're better off just having more energy, and especially one that reliably procs energy orbs because you're doing cold with slash dash. And then, like what else fits? You think, well, you could do that. You could put on Blind Rage, get the negative efficiency, get 39% more ability strength, but then I think the quality of life reduction from the ability efficiency, especially casting Radial Javelin with how costly this gets, like 117 or whatever, is not worth it. So it's like the trades behind here is, yeah, you have kind of an absurd amount of max energy in this build, but you get a feature. You actually can proc Archon Flow reliably with this, and then you're better off just maxing out. And basically, instead of using Blind Rage, you're using this because that negative efficiency isn't benefiting you here. It's only hurting you. Like this negative efficiency from Blind Rage. Where in like this build, just as an example, this build, because of Brief Respite, Blind Rage actually helps you because it helps generate more shields. So that's where like a lot of these trades happen. A lot of these like compromises and the value-based decisions get made to where I actually spent a while thinking, is it even worth running, like the exact question, is it even worth running max energy here? And it simply is, because there's nothing better as an option. Like sure, you could run Equilibrium and get energy from that, but then why run Hunter Adrenaline? And then I'd rather run Hunter Adrenaline because it also gives you a secondary effect that is very powerful, and this helps scale in when you're fighting enemies that aren't dropping orbs, because your enemies aren't always dropping orbs. When you're going against bosses and stuff, it's not always dropping orbs. What you can rely on is taking health damage in, and it's going to scale proportional to the enemies. And then that'll let you get enough energy to actually keep this up. Because you think if you're running a scenario where you're taking damage and there's no health orbs around or energy orbs around to keep your energy up, you are now unable to keep Spellbind up and you are going to die. In that scenario, you will die. So that's where, because just the way all this sort of stock gets together is just too good. And this is the easiest to chop out, but there's nothing better to put in here that I found that isn't less valuable than just Archon shards. That's like Archon shards versus or mod, one single mod in value versus 4 Archon shards is really the play here. And because Archon Stretch can proc. Archon Stretch can proc you. You don't need this at all. But if you can fit it, you might as well, because this, you can proc this, you can proc this. The nature of that is if you do have an influence build, you're spreading electric. When that electric gets hit by slash dash, you will in fact proc it. So not even considering your teammates that can proc it like Wisp reliably, like this reliably proc stretch. I can actually show you that. Not the right chair. I have to change my operator arcane. Kitty doing her thing back there. Okay. Yeah, we'll also look. Oh, here. I'll make sure I grab these rewards. Oh, guess who I have again? Excalibur. Oh, I have Excalibur Prime because I failed it. That's the fun part. If you fail it, it doesn't reset. And so I actually have the same exact options for that reason. But you don't lose out on your rewards here. Like getting all the way up to 5, which is all I really cared to get. Hey, kitty. Are you getting a little... You want me to go to bed? I am definitely going to bed here soon. Oh, which one am I going to roll? I want to roll this Cyan. I'm hoping to get something worth actually using for not heavy attack spam build, but I'm kind of skeptical. I don't have that much Kuva left. This is all of the Kuva. Look at how disappointing that is. This is all the Kuva that I could possibly get this week, except for like sorties, because I bought all of it maxed out already. And it doesn't seem like I'm getting anything great. Trying to roll a particular Nikana Riven, a very niche Nikana Riven, has definitely drained my that's where I've spent all of it. So we'll see this here. Trying the whole setup posted for Contagion. Think you like it more than Influence Fallout? Yeah. I would say if you haven't gotten good, like I think in comparison, I've spent so many years running that setup. It's fun to go back to, but then it's like I'm trying to think. I've probably run that Contagion Nikana, like this setup, a version of this setup. I've probably run more than Exaltablade over the years, because Exaltablade was trash for a very long time. So we're going to try this here. See if we can have it proc the buff without any combo. So it might be that Contagion can't proc the buff, but can it spread when the buff is procced? That might be a key difference to understand. Nope, they can proc it. They can proc Influence. So I just procced it there by just throwing with 0 combo. It took a while with 0 combo, and then clearly it's spreading here. So yeah, Contagion procs Influence fully. It procs the buff, and it spreads when it procs Electric. Actually gonna get combo this time. So one shots this entire group. Oh, these are only level 69. We're gonna change that. Doesn't seem like that really mattered. But what I was going to show you here is okay, well, I'm not going to throw Contagion this time because that's clearly not a good idea. And also, I'm going to let Furious Javelin expire. So I'm going to put Electric on this guy. And then notice, I just procced this, Archon Stretch. So yeah, clearly Contagion procs Influence. I didn't remember off the top of my head, but this is pretty obvious. It can proc the buff. It can also spread off of the buff. Yeah. Yeah, if you don't have a ribbon like that, the attack speed, especially if you scaled the attack speed lower, if you didn't build the exact Zaw that I have, which I wouldn't say against buying one of the daily if there's a Hawk daily that shows up. I think that's what this one was. I don't remember. I don't think I built this one. I think this one was actually a daily. Like a daily, one of the Hawk dailies. Which it might actually be better. Maybe I should build it out. Yeah, maybe I should build it out. Because I don't think it's... Unless it's not gilded yet. If it's not gilded yet, then I definitely didn't... Then I definitely built it. Let's see. Does it let me customize it? Yeah, it lets me customize it. So this one, I'm pretty sure I bought this one from a Hawk Daily because it was like the right stats with a different variation of high status, decent crit. Like this, I can still get to 100%. But it's going to have a lot better status chance. I think I memorized that build already. Is this unranked? Yeah, it is. So I'll probably mess around with this one and see how much better, like how different it is. Because if I'm more likely to proc influence on this, it might be better. But there's a lot of play in there. Like you would probably want to get the most balance if you built a Zaw, like a Safoon Zaw. Try to get it as balanced as you can between the crit chance and crit damage, or the crit chance and status chance. But you want at least 16% status chance. You don't want to go as low as like 12%. It just, you won't proc influence enough. Hi, kitty. Yeah, see, this one probably gets closer to the attack speed that I prefer. It's higher base damage in that, though. So yeah, I'll probably build this one out. Let's, before I forget, we're going to put... Oh, I need to max rank it first. That's not nice. So I'll probably build this one out. Let me see if I made appreciable impact in the... No, I have not. Yep. Yeah, the ribbons, you really think, like, the ribbons aren't that valuable here, because the dispo is so low. Like, even just compare, like, an actual heavy attack one. Like, this is barely better than Gladiator Might. Like, the dispo sucks on it. Same with here. Like, the status chance is equivalent to 60-60 mod. And the same with the crit. The negative impact is actually probably the most useful part of this ribbon. What else do I have? And then there's even like this nonsense. Like, sure, you can get a little bit of extra range, but 1.3 range is really not game breaking enough to justify the cost of some of this stuff. So that's where you can probably find them really cheap. You think melee damage scales really well. If you can get electric on it, melee damage, and then maybe attack speed. That's exactly what this is. Helps increase the wing, too. You think about electric damage. 12.8. 17. So that's the advantage there. The negative IPS are actually kind of good there. I wouldn't get negative slash. Negative slash would make the heavy attack kind of suck. So as long as it's negative puncture and negative impact, those are probably the best negatives you can get on a Safoon ribbon if you have the choice. Assuming you have the choice. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna go to bed so that I don't stay up super late. Got to get up in like 7 hours. My deadlift set I did today will definitely make me want to go to bed. Not too late. Definitely need to sleep. So yeah, any closing questions? Anything of note? Anyone? Any last words before I close out the stream? What are you doing? Holster tape. I'm just gonna do this while I wait. See if there's any questions. You know what? I've done this many times before. Pro tip. Screenshot. Paint. This the one? Yep. Okay. Holster style. Okay. Well, it's not going to let me do it the easy way. There you go. Little pro gamer move for you there, for those of you just watching that. All right, so yeah, good night and thanks for coming. Hope you had fun. Hope you learned some stuff. And